Mimi nataka munisaidie mahali moja, munizungumzie huyu seneta wetu tafadhali, Bwana Omtata. Wewe sasa unataka kunipeleka kotini, na ile kazi mimi nafanya ni kupangia watu hawa ajira. Kwani sasa utaki hawa watu wapateko kazi? Please Okia, tafadhali. Ama namna gani jameni, watu wa Busia? Nisaidieni jameni, mumuongeleshe huyu jamaa apunguze mambo ya kotini. Yeye amesema ni rafiki yangu, na ni kweli ni rafiki yangu. Ama namna gani? Tunaelewana? Na unajua uzuri ya huyu Okia, hata akinipeleka kotini si mbaya, kwa sababu yeye hajapanga kuharibu biashara ya mtu, si ndio? At least hajapanga maandamano. Unajua kuna wengine wananitisha ati usipofanya hii tutapeleka maandamano. Sasa hawa wengine ndio wabaya zaidi. Eri huyu Okia.
All right. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning from wherever you are. Welcome to Afrique 24 Hour. This is our night show. This is the night talk show. So I'll be your host, Leo Nyabaya. Karibu sana, karibu sana. So as you're joining the show today, I can see people are really joining. Ensure that as you're joining the show today, you start by liking the video. And after liking the video, if you've not subscribed to our channels, ensure you subscribe to Afrique 24. Karibu sana. So today we are having some discussion. If you've heard, I've started with the video of the president. The video is what the president said when he visited Busia County. Busia County is the home of Okia Omtata. Now, the president had only one request, asipelekwe koti. And you saw what we are speaking of today. There is a war between the executive and the judiciary. So in this war, it is like people have started taking side, including the members of the judiciary, that is the lawyers, the advocates. We've seen prominent lawyers, the senior counsels are speaking. Some of them are supporting the president, claiming it is war against corruption. Some of them are opposing and are really warning that what the president has started is going to take this country to an anarchy, whereby the rule of law will not be the order of the day. And that is why today we want to see, do we have the commander in chief or we have the dictator in chief? This is Afrique 24 Hour talk show, and this is your host Leo Nyabaya. Welcome, welcome. I can see Dan Kemboi is already there telling us that mnanikumbusha wakati Baba Wina alikuwa akimtusi Uhuru na kumuita mtoto wa sai mna shout Uhuru was the best. Sasa mbona mkaandamana 2013, 2017? Thank you very much. Welcome Dan Kemboi. Watu watakujibu, and the people who are joining me now, ensure that you start by liking the video, you share and invite others. It's really hot. On top of our stories, you'll find that we are discussing the matter of judiciary. The judiciary has been taken over and the war seems not to be ending today. And somebody is also asking, could it be that judiciary washauziwa uoga, sasa tayari wameanza kununua uoga? Because today we are told that the court, the high court today okayed the deduction of the housing levy. Of course, that is what I'm going to start with, to tell you that the court okayed and accepted that for this month of January, we who are having pay slips, their money is going to be deducted for the housing levy as it awaits hearing of the case that was filed by Okia Omtata and some other hustlers. And of course, hustlers pia wamechoka. We are going to see hustlers pia wamechoka, and they've decided to take the chief hustler to court, that from today, if the president, they want the court to declare that if the president uses the word mama mboga, the word boda boda, na mtu wa chini, such words, then the president need to pay them because they've been misused. We are going to look at that. And of course, we are also going to see how the legal experts, that is the lawyers, the senior counsels are taking side. There are some that are supporting the move by the president to tame judiciary, and there are some that are really against it. So let me start with the first most important thing, whereby if you are salaried this month of January, if you started celebrating that they are not going to deduct you the housing levy, the court okayed it and said that for this month they will have to make deductions. So keep it here. This is Afrique 24 Hour. This is your talk show, a talk show that gives you an opportunity to interact with stories that are making headline, not only in Kenya, but in Africa and the entire world. So if you're joining me now, know that this is Afrique and this is our night talk show. Chukua kiti, invite others so that we can be able to watch together. I can see Derek Atodo ndio kuingia. Karibu sana Derek, hakikisha kwa umekaribisha wengine na hujatazama mwenyewe. Na kwa wale wanajiunga nami, tafadhali ukijiunga nami hakikisha kwa umekuwa member. Unakuaje member? It is simple. Just go on YouTube, search Afrique 24. Utaona label hapo. Ukishaona hiyo label ya Africa na jina Afrique 24, finya hapo subscribe, weka bell, so whenever we are live we will always notify you. So we are going to look at these and many stories together with the panelists who are also going to join me. And if you want to be part of this discussion, you can do it on the comment section just by typing your comment, or you can use the link that I'm sharing right now and join the studio. Tayari namuona Captain Moja, the one and only captain, ashaingia hapa, na hivi karibuni naenda kumkaribisha na aweze pia kutuambia ni yepi analo siku ya leo. So have a look at
tonight.
This,
the Court of Appeal has okayed the continued deductions of the housing levy, although for this month. This means that Kenyans hope for a stop that the levy that has caused uproar. Kenyans hope for a stop to the levy that has caused an uproar. Paul Kirobi begins our broadcast tonight with that report.
You and I will continue to contribute the 1.5% housing levy to finance the government's housing project, albeit for this month, after the Court of Appeal okayed the deductions. The Court of Appeal on Thursday, led by Justice Lydia Chode and two other judges, Mwaniki Gashoka and Justice John Mativo, made a decision to maintain the status quo until the final ruling is made come 26th of January. One day before the hearing of the application, President William Ruto had seriously complained that the court is making every effort to sabotage President Ruto's agenda. The Attorney General Justin Muturi had filed an application complaining that stopping the housing contribution will deny many people job opportunities, since so far it has created more than 120,000 jobs 6 months down the line. The three-judge bench of the Court of Appeal ruled that the status quo be maintained until it rules on the application of Attorney General Justin Muturi of collecting the levy. The ruling on the housing levy is scheduled to be delivered on 26th of January this month. Paul Kirobi, TV47, Nairobi.
I'm entering.
All right. Thank you so much. If you're joining me now, this is Afrique 24 and this is our talk show. That is the first story, the status quo to be maintained. The status quo to be maintained. For this month, we will have to deduct the housing levy. So for those people who celebrated, we are sorry. What do you think could be the reason? Does it mean Judiciary already ishauziwa uoga na wamenunua uoga? I'm glad that I'm joined by one and only Captain. So Captain, good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Welcome to Afrique 24. I can see your face is bright. I can see you're happy. Could it be that you are really happy because the deductions are going to be made from your salary?
No.
You're happy that sasa pesa inaenda kutolewa?
Hakuna hiyo. I'm refusing that thing. You know me very well. I told you even the other day. Which criteria are they using to make sure that I'm getting this house? Because even by now as we talk, even the NHIF thing, we have issues. There are some contributions from Mamamboga to the president himself, which is not balancing the issue in life. So the criteria of me to get this house, which criteria are they using? Because you see, even the other day I was complaining here that somebody is going to US, is running like Texas Marathon or whatever marathon, Grand Prix marathon, and she has millions. And again, presidents come in to reward the same person with another house instead of letting this person to buy the house, to utilize the money she has won to buy the house and generate a tax for the people of Kenya. So what of the ordinary mwananchi mwenye hawezi kimbia? Ordinary mtu wa bodaboda, mama mboga ule hana mbio, ataenda wapi ndio akuwe rewarded? No, we are not, in Kenya we are not doing things in a very proper way. That's why, Nyabaya, when you tell me that I'm happy because maybe my face is bright because I'll be getting the house. No, let me tell you, there is no any transparency when it comes to the distribution of those houses to the people of Kenya. There will be war. It will be war, in fact, let me tell you that. And by next week, as we talk, let the children to go to school. You will see the parents coming here online complaining of school fees and all whatever. Right now, we are still in politics and rulings and stopping the president's agendas and all whatever. But next week is the main agenda, where even the children will not go to school.
Captain, let me ask you a question. The other day, you heard the president complain that there are some people who are sabotaging his government, and there are some people who are really derailing and stopping or preventing the government agenda. These are people he called the enemies of progress, who doesn't want to see Kenya progressing. So they are doing that through the court. So I've just heard you saying that, okay, you are against this housing levy, and this is one of the agendas that the Kenya Kwanza government promised Kenyans. Actually, they promised the hustlers and the poor who are living in poor residential areas like Kibra, Mkuru kwa Njenga, Mathare, Kawangware, Kariobangi, and such kind of settlements that you know. So are you one of the people who are now trying to oppose the government's agenda and trying to ensure that the government doesn't fulfill its promises to hustlers?
Nyabaya, me, I grew up in Kenyatta Market. My entire life, I grew up in Kenyatta Market. And there was a slum in Kenyatta Hospital, headquarters of the, what do you call this, servant quarters for the people, the houses for the staff working in the hospital. There was a very small slum there, Mabati, and those people, that is where we managed to get ile kanyumba kadogo ya mabati ya hasla kama mimi. And by then, there was this place called High Rise by now as we are talking. Watu wa Kibera walijengewa High Rise wakiambiwa watakuja kuingia. But ilikuja ikakuwa ni maajabu, watu hata haieleweki walitokea wapi wakaingia. What is that has changed, that this housing thing of housing levy, that the people they are promised they will get the houses? Because now as we speak, you are coming in with two scenarios. You want Kenyans to get houses, and again, you are creating jobs for our youth, to confuse our people in a way that, wewe leo Nyabaya, wewe ni mtu wa tamaa unataka nyumba. Mimi captain, mimi ni mtu wa tamaa nataka kazi. Sasa tunasukuma rais, wewe sukuma hii mambo ya nyumba hii. Mimi nataka kazi. Wewe sukuma hii mambo ya nyumba president. Wewe unataka nyumba, unataka kujengewa nyumba. Mbona koti inasimamisha nyumba? Mbona tunabebwa hiyo ukasumba kwamba hii itakuja? If it is that way, assign people. Hapa mumetolewa watu wangapi hapa? Kama ni Soweto Iris Kibera, tumetoa leo Nyabaya kwa nyumba yake ya mabati, tumeilebo ni namba fulani. Tunakujengea nyumba mahali fulani. Nyumba yako ndio hii ina grow. Wakati nyumba yako inakuja ikipanda hivyo foundation, unaifuata. Mwenye atakuja juu yake kama ni mimi, naifuata nyumba yangu. Sasa Nyabaya yako chini yangu, mimi niko juu yako. Watatu ni hivyo, kama ni Jakes or all the panelists hapo, tunaifuata nyumba. Lakini nyumba tu tunaondolewa kwa ghetto ati for housing, lakini hatuna ile transparency ya kwamba na ingoja ile nyumba nitaipata.
But Captain, I think the houses should be built first. Baada ya kujenga nyumba is when now they'll say, okay, we've managed to build, like in Kibra, we are having 1,000 units. Now, let us see the criteria of giving these people houses. Who do we give house first? Wewe unataka wagawe nyumba kabla ijengwe? How possible is that?
Inafaa hivyo Nyabaya, kwa sababu nyumba inachorwa na architect. Hii ni floor ngapi itatoka hapa? Tumetoa watu wangapi hapa saa hizi? Serikali iko na pesa. Wakati ile floor zinaendelea kwa ile wing pia inaendelea. Vijana wamepata kazi. Tunajua ile wing tena imechukua watu wangapi. Tumetoa watu wangapi kwa sehemu fulani. Unaona? I think that is the best way, kwa sababu wewe utafuatilia ukijua uko namba 1, mimi niko namba 2, kuna namba 3. Juu hivyo kama tutapatia 10 floors na ni wings ngapi, left wing, right wing, hivyo. That is how we will know that now our government is after our people. Lakini sasa tunajenga tu fua. Alafu sasa tunakuja tunaanza raffling. Ya raffling now, ukipata namba sawa sawa, ukipata sufuri tuonane ushago. You see?
But another thing. Yes. Another thing, as you proceed, we've heard the president talking so loudly about these houses, but there are two things that he's saying. President has not come out to tell people how the houses are going to be given, or who is going to get the house and who is not going to get the house. That one he's not been talking of. He's only concerned about two things, that hustlers will get the houses ambaye watakuwa wamejengewa na wale wenye wako na payslip, wenye wanajiweza. So this one will bring out some it's like an equalizer, whereby kila mtu, irrespective of your earning or your economical status, you'll be able to get a decent house. Number two, the president have been saying that these houses are creating jobs, so which if you stop them, it means millions of Kenyans, like he said, one housing unit is employing, I'll be able to confirm the number, but he talked of about 200 or what, is it 1,000 or 2,000 Kenyans are being employed in these building sites. So he's saying that if you stop it, there is employment. He's seeing it as a source of employment. People are going to be employed and they're going to get jobs in these construction sites. Number two, there are people who are going to be suppliers, meaning they'll be supplying the cement, they'll be supplying the timber and all these kind of things. And again, he also said that these companies that are producing cement and these supplies are also going to employ people. So don't you see this one is making sense?
Nabaya,
even before you look at how people are going to get it.
Are you new in Kenya? Are you new in Kenya? Are you new in Kenya?
No, I've lived in Kenya. I've lived in Kenya for
don't you know that even cement
more
companies
than 30 years right now?
Yes. Don't you know that cement companies, where is Blue Triangle Cement? Where is it? Simba Cement the other day, they're destroying the houses or whatever in the name of the shamba sijui ni nani, wanavunja manyumba. Why should you end up uvunje nyumba na imekuwa invested instead of uambie yu mtu patia sisi pesa, umejenga nyumba, nunua hii shamba, pea sisi pesa iende kwa serikali, wanunue shamba kwingine, kwa sababu the city is growing, expand the city by kujenga factories on the other hand. Why are you taking back Kenyans to those dark days whereby I don't know, I cannot even say here. Alafu Nyabaya, hii ukasumba bado unatuambia ya kwamba utanipea nyumba. Mwingine anasema hapo utanipea kazi through these houses. Wewe mwenyewe unataka nyumba, mimi nataka kazi. Mimi nitakuja kukujengea nyumba, wewe Nyabaya ungoje nyumba yako pale. Mimi mwenye najenga hii nyumba nitapataje room kwa hii nyumba? Which criteria are they using?
Okay, the president hajatuambia venye mtu atapata nyumba. But the president is concerned about when he said Wakenya walisema wanataka kazi. So hii housing inaenda kuleta kazi, and that is a way of fulfilling the promises. Number two, Wakenya walisema wamechoka kukaa kwa slums. The other day, the president told us that the houses that are being built in Mikuru has made Mikuru that he likened it to Europe. So meaning, in the next few years, slums will not be there. So Wakenya wanataka kazi na Wakenya wanataka nyumba. So Kenyans need those two things. And that is what the president is trying to do. So don't you see that, okay, this thing is a good thing, and you saw people demonstrating. These were Kenyans who were on the street saying that ni contractors, ni wale watu wanafanya kwa site, walisema kuna ule mama anauza mandazi pale kwa site, kama koti imesimamaisha hii kitu, basi they'll not be able to get something. So what do you say about that? Even Kenyans decided to demonstrate that, okay, no, court inafaa itufanyie justice, ihakikishe kuwa hii mradi inaendelea, ndio sisi tuweze kupata mapato yetu pale. So I don't know why. Okay, you'll tell me, because people look at it in different ways. While the president look at the part that inaleta employment na inatoa slums, you know, some people are saying, oh, criteria ya kupeana nyumba. So which one do you value, just according to you? And maybe if you just allow me to read some of the comments from our viewers. Peter Lusa is saying that the land was not for government, but was for Portland Cement, not for the president. And that one is in response to what happened at the Mavoko land, or the one that happened in Machakos County recently. And again, on that, we are also going to look at the matters of this. And somebody is also asking, where are these houses that are being built? That's a good question over there. So I know we'll get to respond to that. So, Captain, I'm still on you on this matter of housing. Umeipinga sana. Umeipinga sana. Yes.
I'll say this, and I'll continue to say that. Let's have a criteria whereby tumekuja kwako, tumekuondoa kwa nyumba yako, tutakuambia Nyabaya, sasa wewe tunakupeleka mahali fulani, hapa tunakujengea nyumba yako, wewe ndio number 1. Documents ndio hii. Wa pili ni nani? Kama ni fulani hapo, atakuwa juu yako. Ama kama ni ile wing, unaelewa ile wing, kuna wing A, kuna wing B.
Yeah. So unasema watu washike spaces zao. Sasa nyumba ijengwango, ukijua this will be my house.
Nyabaya, ukijua wewe
hadi unaweza enda pale uambie fundi umejua hii ni nyumba yangu, lakini mimi napendanga dirisha kubwa, niwekee dirisha hivi
There is nothing about fundi or whatever. From that, what are you saying now? We will be disciplined there. You have to be disciplined. We'll have what you call tabia mzuri. Ungoje nyumba yako ikue, unafuatilia tu ukijua mimi nitakuwa number 2, nitakuwa 3rd floor, nitakuwa 6th floor, or whichever the floor will be. Lakini niko na documents yangu nishapewa na serikali. Lakini sasa unakuja unachota wananchi, hawajui wanaenda wapi, ati unawajengea nyumba. Baada ya hiyo mwaka 1, 2, 3 nyumba imekuwa, tunaona new faces na watu umeshawakata pesa. Like now NHIF Nyabaya, let me ask you, unakata hiyo pesa, semi kwa ubaya, of course inasaidia wengine, lakini what if you will not be sick for the entire of your life? Hiyo pesa itaenda kwa nani? Itaenda kwa nani? It is not
that is how insurance works.
It is okay,
Captain. Insurance works, it's a pool whereby people pool resources. And actually, hata mimi saa zile ninalipa NHIF, I pay for NHIF, then I go back and pray that I don't get sick. But at the same time, I pay for NHIF. That's how insurance works. So meaning, if you don't get sick, then this money, actually, it will help somebody who is going to get sick. So I don't know if maybe you can use that one to answer, because they're saying, in this housing levy, they'll deduct me the money, and because I'm being deducted, then I stand a chance to own this house. I stand a chance to claim this house after reaching a specific percentage, and the house that I'm going to be given will also depend with the amount that they deduct from my salary. So meaning all those who contribute will have an opportunity to get a house. And maybe because the majority of those people who are employed are going to contribute, so that one maybe depends with the number of the houses that the government is going to build. Is it based on the number of people who are contributing? Then the question that maybe I want to ask you, those people who are not having pay slips, they're the ones who are not having houses. So how are they going to get the houses? Maybe if you have an idea.
That is where I was coming to ask you. That is why I was stopping you now. Basing on this allocation,
yes,
where are these houses that shows that? Because Nyabaya gave us like 2,000 per month. This is the house we are giving Nyabaya. This is the captain gave us 500 per month. This is the house for captain. Where are those different houses? This is different. This is different. Do you want to tell me that when they are building the houses now in Pangani, they are not the same? They are not the same structures from first floor to the end. Do you want to tell me when they are building in Mukuru they are different? That because
no, they are the same. They are the same.
And I give you 500, so now I'll qualify to be given a house according to my 500, and you are given a house according to your 2,000.
Just hold on a minute. Just hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me say this. To our viewers, you are very much welcome. This is a free 24-hour. This is a talk show that comes on your screen every night from 10 p.m. up to past midnight. So here we give you an opportunity to interact with the news that is what is making news in the entire Africa and the rest of the world. So we will always be live in Mtembei TV. You'll find us live in Leo TV. You'll find us live in Afrique 24-hour TV, both YouTube and Facebook. So if you're joining us now and you've not subscribed to our channels, kindly ensure that you do subscribe so that whenever we are live, you will always be notified. I'm Leo Nyabaya, and with me, I'm having Captain Captain Moja Mwenyewe. So Captain is trying to tell us that, we don't need these houses. I don't know what is your take. You can let us know in the comment section. What is your take on the matter of housing fund? Because the courts have today said that for this month, they've allowed the status quo, whereby you will have to be deducted that amount, awaiting the hearing of the case that was filed by Okiya Omtata and 8 other Kenyans, whereby they went to court challenging the constitutionality or the legality of this levy because it is a tax. So it is like a forceful tax, whereby even people who are forced to pay for this, they already have houses. Some of them are having mortgage. So as we await for the case to be heard, the court have given an okay that the government can go ahead and collect the deductions for the month of January. And this is something that has really caused some jitters. You saw the president going live, and the president was really mad, and he vowed that nobody is going to derail and stop his housing agenda. Nobody is going to stop the development agendas that he, as Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate, promised hustlers. So welcome to the show, and you can participate by typing the comment on the comment section. You can join the studio through the links that have been shared in all the channels where you are viewing us. And of course, you can also like the video, share, and invite others. Karibu sana. I can see more Margaret Mori. Good evening. Of course, it is a good evening too. Peter Lusa is there. Magda Vengi, Richard Relay, nimekuona pale. I've also seen Ruth Okwena, Gilbert Rono, Kalama Deno, Gakwaya Abdallah, Derek Atodo. There is Sampei, Samuel, and everyone who is joining us. Feel welcomed and be part of this conversation. So what we are discussing is the court have said that the deduction has to be made. Captain, I know you've said you're against it, and actually it's making sense unless somebody comes and convinces us otherwise. So the question that I want to ask you,
Nyabaya,
I just have a question.
You are misquoting me
that
okay,
sorry.
I'm against it. But
you're having a lot of reservations on it.
The criteria that the government is using to allocate these houses is not the proper way, according to me. Because we have seen it before. We have seen the houses being constructed even in this place called Shaurimoyo or whatever. We have seen houses constructed in Kibera. Our people, they did not get the houses. We saw different people coming with Mercedes Benz and whatever to occupy the houses, while our people are in Kibera or whatever, waiting for the houses to be completed, only to see different people. The criteria of allocation is the problem with me, and the criteria of like you have said now, this is 500 from Captain. You are given 1 room or 2 rooms. Nyabaya, you contribute the 2,000. You are getting 3 bedroom or how many bedroom? How? That criteria is my question.
I get you. Then, Captain, maybe if you say that the criteria is wrong. So if somebody asks for your humble opinion, should the government stop this program and work on the criteria, modalities, and the procedures first is when they come with it, or should they just continue as they work on these things at the same time?
Let me talk according to me, Nyabaya.
Yes.
Mimi nimekuambia nimekaa hapo tu karibu na Kibera sana. Hapo kwa Salam, nyumba yangu ya mabati. Wakuja watu hesabu, waseme nyumba fulani ni Captain niko hapa, Nyabaya ndio huyu, Jex, all those panelists tunakuanga hapa. Wanajua tunakaa area fulani. So wewe umechukuliwa, wewe ni number 1.
Yes.
Kuna document upatiwe kwamba tutakujengea nyumba yako hapa.
Yes.
Upatiwe ile framework, ile architecture, ile drawing ya nyumba.
Yes.
Kutoka chini mpaka juu. Wewe utakuwa first floor, ground floor, third floor, fifth floor or whatever.
Yes.
Wewe unakaa na ile document ya kuonyesha kwamba unangoja nyumba yako hapa, lakini umeondolewa temporarily to another place. Ukingoja nyumba yako ikuwe tayari. In the meantime, endelea na kazi yako penye unafanya, ukikatwa pesa yako ya nyumba yako. The moment ule contractor amemaliza nyumba hapa, hand over to the government. Wanakuja sasa kwa list. Nani ako ground floor? Nyabaya. Nani ako second floor? Captain. Hivyo. Na hiyo tutakuwa tumemaliza hiyo shida hivyo. Lakini tukikuja kupeleka Wakenya hapa, sijui paka na panya hapa, sijui nini ilienda juu ikateremka chini, hakuna. Hiyo ni wisi. Hiyo tunawajua. Mtuambie njia nyingine ya kupatia Wakenya hizo manyumba. Lakini hii criteria mnataka kutumia, Wakenya mnawakata pesa mumekata. Miaka 5 imeisha. Manyumba sina kamilika. What if this government will not win the next election? How will the allocation be done?
Oh, that is really interesting. And Captain, initially ni the same court ndio ilisimamisha ikasema this thing, okay, wacha kwanza rais, simama, usichukue pesa za watu, kwanza tumalize, tusikize hii kesi, alafu ndio tutajua kama mtaendelea ama hamtaendelea. Again today the judiciary imekaa chini ikasema hii Januari, kwa sababu hii kesi tunasikiza hapa mwisho wa Januari, I think around 26 hapo, wacha mchukue tu pesa mkingojea. So why do you think this one has changed? Does it have some connection with what the president said over the weekend? Could it be that judiciary have started buying some fear and they are now surrendering?
My question again to you before I answer yours, do you wait another answer from the court on 26 apart from this one that they have said? Is there any other different answer?
No, what we can say, courts work based on the law, so we cannot try to maybe preempt what the court is going to say. But what we can do is we can just speculate, and maybe based on history and based on what has always happened before, some Kenyans can say, because the court has given an okay and have said, okay, the government can go on and collect the money, it tells you that if you think ahead, it tells you that already the government is going to say this thing is okay. Just like before they announced the presidential elections, the moment some people saw William Ruto already settled there and Raila Odinga was still nowhere to be seen, they used their brains and said, why do we need to wait for another winner? If Ruto is already there, he can't be so confident like that. So I think that one answers you. And much welcome to my brother Mise LM. A long time I've not been seeing you. I'm happy that I'm seeing you today, and happy 2024. I hope we are going to have some interactive session here, being that the matters that we're discussing here are matters legal. The judiciary is under attack. We've seen people who should be defending the judiciary, that is the councils and the advocates, they've started aligning themselves. Some are supporting the president's move, some are castigating and opposing the president's move. I'll later on maybe give you the sentiments of Senior Counsel James Orengo and Senior Counsel Abdullahi Ahmed Nasir, sorry. So, Mise, karibu sana, Afrique 24. And this is the place that we have some conversation.
Before you bring in Mise,
I'm not bringing him, I'm just welcoming him. Then I give you time to proceed. And allow me also to say this. From the comments from the viewers, it is good, and we are really here because of them. Annie is saying that judiciary has been captured. Dunia ina mambo TV. That one translated means world has issues. Is just laughing over there. Na anasema inawaramba bado. Ruto man of God according to Christians in Kenya. Mambo ni mangumu hapa. Nilisikia wakisema Kenya kumechemka. Captain.
What I wanted to say, Nyabaya, about the funeral that was there in Nyandarua the other day, there were a lot of intimidation to the court, which I think today the difference, was made basing on what happened in Nyandarua. You see, and until on 26 they'll deliver their judgment. That is why they have given the government the reason why to collect the money before even they deliver. You see, on deliverance on 26, this means they have allowed them to collect the money. Even those universal health care, NHI, all those now, everything will be delivered positively according to the president, the way he intimidated the court. We are not new in Kenya. We are not new in Kenya. Kenya is where we were born and we know our people. That is how they are. You see? Now we are, anyway, bring in other panelists.
All right. That is Captain Moja. Captain is saying that the houses is a good plan. Wakenya wanahitaji nyumba. The only thing that is disagreeing with that, there is no proper planning, like yeye anataka mtu apewe waiting ile kuonyesha hii nyumba ndio itakuwa yangu. Sasa zile inajengwa already, you know the house that you're going to occupy, meaning hata unaweza enda uambie fundi, umejua hii nyumba namba 5 ni yangu na mimi sipendi mlango kubwa, mimi napenda dirisha kubwa. Sasa wewe hapo nitengenezee dirisha. That is what is happening. Karibu sana, namuona Mr. G pia, karibu kwenye show. And to those people who are joining us for the first time, this is Afrique 24 hour. This is a talk show that gives you an opportunity to interact with stories that are making headline in Africa and to an extension, the entire world. So you'll always find us live in Mutembei TV. We are live in Leo TV. We are live in Afrique 24 hour TV and all those other channels. So if you've not subscribed to Afrique 24 hour, please, it is simple. Just go to YouTube, pale, type Afrique with Q 24. You will see the logo, the African logo with the writings Afrique 24. Click on subscribe, click on the bed, then click on share. Hapo utakuwa member. That is the only way that you can support us. That is the only way you can sponsor us. That is why tunawaita watazamaji na nyinyi pia ni wadhamini. So karibu sana Mise. When you join, this is what we are talking of. The news have it that the High Court today okayed the collection of the house levy for the month of January as we await the hearing on 26th of this month. What is your take on that? Karibu. Mise, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think I want to thank you for the warm welcome. Happy New Year, everyone. Mr. G, Dunia Ina Mambo TV has issues. SG Kamau, Captain Mwenyewe, and our host Leo Nyabayo. We are grateful to be here, and we are grateful to be in 2024, and we are anticipating to have a great country, and the fact that we spend time to come here and discuss matters relating our country, I think is a good thing and shows patriotism, and meaning that we want good for our country. Now, to Captain's point, in terms of housing, I think, give me 1 second. I have someone at the door. But
it's okay. As Mise is opening the door, I think Secretary General, wewe kama mkuu wa chama, wacha ni kuhifadhi nafasi na uweze kuendelea. You know, you are the Mise, you're back. Okay, so
yeah.
have to wait for you. So, proceed.
Yeah, I will say really quick and then I'll let you go. So, but here's what I wanted to say. I just wanted to say that I agree with what the sentiments of Captain, that the housing, the housing idea is not a bad idea. It's a good idea. It's good for our country. It's a role of the government to make sure that we have good housing. So it's part of what the role the government must, or an obligation the government must dispense. But unfortunately, like you said, the government failed in terms of this policy. I think it's a good thing the implementation, execution is bad because somehow there was no consultative meeting or public participation in terms of housing. I think there is a very skewed communication about housing. People don't know. People are just being, salaries of people is being taken. People don't know why their salaries is being taken, where is it going, and what is it for. The fact that they have been told it's for housing doesn't necessarily mean it's for housing, because there is no we used to have something called Kenya Housing Corporation, which probably should have been charged with this responsibility, making sure that there is a kitty, and just the way we have Huduma number, where members, if you are paying and contributing, you should be able to go online and see how much have you been able to contribute, right? How much is it that what are you entitled, the benefits as a shareholder, because you are a shareholder in this case. If you're contributing, are there dividends that you're getting out of it? That is number one. Number two, not everyone who was in need of housing. There are many civil servants who have taken loans, they have established their homes, they're no longer interested with homes. If you're in your 70s, it means you have already established, you live somewhere, and maybe a house is not your priority. Maybe your retirement is your priority. Maybe your health is your priority. So this, from onset, might have been a good idea. It was not urgent, even if it was important. Now, this is because in the policy making, they failed in engaging people in problem recognition, because a few people in the boardroom realized or recognized there is a problem in housing, and when you look at housing, they are just looking at a few areas. And if you look at, they're probably looking at Kibera, they are looking at Madare North, they're looking at Mukuru Kwanzenga, Ruben and all that, the slum area. And they're saying, oh, we have housing issues. Even most developed countries, they also have areas, any mega city, they have areas where there is poor housing. Regardless whether it's a developed country or a developing country, there is always issues to do with housing. Now, before they went to policy formation, they would have identified the problem and see, is this problem an immediate problem that requires immediate attention? Now, once they make that determination, then they will form a policy. After forming that policy, then they will now go to the next stage called policy implementation, and then once they implement, now they will start monitoring and evaluating, which is the last stage of policy making. Now, our government, we all know that I'm one person who is a sympathizer of Ruto, but unfortunately, I don't want to be part of the people who are pessimistic, but I want to criticize the government by saying the government has a tendency of promising but not doing. For example, I don't know why we are talking about a project after another project when we have not implemented or completed some existing projects. We can project, but we cannot first make sure that we are finished, because we can start so many projects and at the end of the day leave government when there are so many uncompleted projects. And this is the problem that we are having. The government continues to promise after promise, and they are not doing it. I think what the government needs to do is to involve the public. The public is very friendly when they understand what is the next step. Now, Ruto is talking about corruption. I'm glad that now I started to mention corruption. But you see, this should have been the step number one, because one of the things that Ruto was talking about is digitalization of government services, which means it will increase revenue collection. But we are not being told where after the collection of this revenue, who is accountable? Where is this revenue going to? Is this revenue collected and used as intended, or it's just collected and conduited to some people's pockets? And this is where I want people like Raila Amolo Odinga, who yield a lot of influence, to put pressure to the government to be accountable of the revenue generation. The revenue that is being generated and channeled to the government, pockets, so that we can know this money is not going to Ruto, this money is not going to Uhuru, this money is not going to Kibaki, or this money is not going to Raila, because these are the top less than 10 people who manage our country, who yield a lot of power and influence, that know all the scandals, yet they don't address the scandals. I think when I host, I would stop there, but I would
stop from there. I know we are still going to engage a lot on that. So let me bring in the Secretary General. And Secretary General, as you are coming, allow me just a minute to play this, because I want your interpretation. You understand this language better than all of us here. So just listen to this so that zile unakuja pia utuelezee hii injili inamaanisha nini.
Thirikari itu ndaigua tari o yahunjirio haha ni bishop, tondu bishop wahunjia kihunjio kiega muno gia conmanship, na gutire conmanship ikagwo nuthu kana kuota. Muhenania wa migunda teo twerwo haha ni bishop, na muhenania wa kuhoya kura agatuhe ma promise akaga kuhingia. Muhenania wa kuya migunda itu tutamuhete ake nyumba kia hinya. Muhenania wa gutura ni guturiha mbeca citu cia kahua akaga guturiha mwaka ugathira. Gutire muhenania wa nuthu na wa kuota, othe ni ahenania. Niguo kana tiguo? Anie ndimeraga ma na ndimeraga gutiri ugakua meri, mundu akua rimwe, na ndiaragia ndi cuba. Njaragia ndi thiini wa roho tondu ndoire Bible ngihita ngiuga haki ya wanyonge, na hiyo ndio kazi yangu. Na mwaria madendo no njage kwendwo guku, no ni njui ni nyendetwo matu-ini. Hallelujah. Arimi akahwa guku kanjai kuria gwitu Komothai, Buruti we muira.
All right. SG, karibu sana. I think we are still looking at the court. Imesema kuwa housing levy ambaye ilikuwa imesimamishwa iweze kuchukuliwa for the month of January, wakingojea hearing tarehe 26. So what is your take? Do you think hiyo hearing na hiyo ruling itakuwa in favor of the petitioners, that were the Kenyans, the 8 Kenyans including Okiya Omtata, Afanya Mambo Kinuthia, Soinka Lempa, and the rest who filed a petition to stop this collection until their case is heard and determined? Inatashiria nini? Then ya pili, kuhusiana na hiyo video, we always say that if you are sinner na saa zile umepata kuokoka, it doesn't mind how long you are sinning, lakini hiyo siku umeokoka tunakuhesabu kama mwokovu, na kama ni kuingia mbinguni basi kwa sababu ya kuokoka, hata iwe ni last minute, unahesabika. So that is your very own from Kiambu County speaking. Karibu sana.
Asante sadakta kabisa. Nimekupata kwa jia mufti kabisa. Sasa hii koti ya Kenya is a very interesting thing, because I know. How do you give an order that this thing is unconstitutional? Alafu unakubali pesa ichukuliwe. Which kind of ruling is that? Hao watu si wako na kichaa kwa kichwa. This thing is unconstitutional. They explained it and said this. There's no way you can just deduct a group of people and leave other group of people without deduction, and many other reasons which are obviously unconstitutional. So I don't think they should have continued with the correction, collection of of a levy, because it's unconstitutional. But either way, I am also happy because I like the constitution. Me, I'm one of the person celebrating with a cup of coffee when I see so much confusion in this government, because one of the things we told people is that William Samoei Ruto is incompetent to the core. He cannot lead a country. He has never managed even a school. So managing a country is getting is far-fetched, and we are enjoying the fruits of incompetency. And that is why you see somebody is getting so angry at the court and saying that he's going to root out corruption. But then, as Kenyans, we ask ourselves in the small kiosk, tukikula miti ya jamba, tukikula miraa na tunakunywa juisi ya energy drink, tunaulizana na huyu jamaa anapigana na corruption ni yule mwenye alichukua ile shamba ya Weston. Tunaulizana hivyo na watu wanasema sijui kama ni yeye, hiyo ni kama alinunua, hiyo ni kama shamba yake. Tunauliza na ule mzee alikuwa anaitwa Mutesi, ule Mutesi alikufa, ni huyu mtu ambaye alinyang'anya yeye shamba ama ni nani? Tunauliza tu hivyo huku tukikula miraa, tunajiuliza ala, na sasa atapigana na corruption kama corruption imemzunguka kila mahali, si shamba, si nini, si makesi. Anyway, tunasema kwa sababu ni stories za jaba, tunasema maybe itafanyika, lakini sisi kama Wakenya tunajua hii ni sarakasi. Ni sarakasi kwa sababu ukiangalia cabinet ya hii serikali 90%, na wale ambao hata hatujataja, maybe Kindiki peke yake ndio tutasikia ana kesi ya ufisadi, lakini 90% of the cabinet ni wakora. They are known thugs, wengine known rapists, wengine known murderers, but here comes a saint between all of them saying that he's going to fight judiciary. So it's a confusion that we enjoy as a people, and wacha tukule matokeo, wacha tuishi na matokeo. Let us live with the choices we made, because I don't think at any one time now this country can change under this regime. I don't think so. I love the housing agenda, but I also know it is not going to be going far because of the thugs that are surrounding it. The other issue of our only remaining MP in Mount Kenya called Wamuchomba is talking about conmanship. She is the only relevant MP right now. In fact, kwa Kikuyu tunasema ule ambaye anakura saa hii, ule orali ule anakura sasa ni yeye. Yeye ndiye kwa ile side ya kugain mileage. Hao wengine wamekuwa mazuzu. Wameaibika. They are unable to talk kwa sababu unajua ukijipata between a hard place and a hard rock unashindwa sasa. Nikinyamaza ni mbaya, nikiongea ni mbaya. Sasa wako papo katikati wanajaribu. Sasa wale wamebaki kuongea ni Kimani Ichung'wah na Dede Nyoro, kwa sababu unajua kama mtu kama Dede Nyoro, hata wewe kwa position yake ambao umepatiwa shares za KPLC karibu 90 sijui 60% ya shares ambazo hujui, na wewe ni wa miaka 37, ndugu yangu, hata wewe utasupport nani? You know how he became the only single shareholder of KPLC remains as a puzzle. Naye huyu mwingine Kimani Ichung'wah tunajua alikuwa anauza mutura hapa Kikuyu town, hata butchery hapo. Sasa he has a chopper. Hata wewe hautatukana Uhuru, na utukane wa Kenya uambie hawajasoma. So we have those kind of people. We are
Umerudi, nimedhani tumekupoteza.
nchi inaendelea kuporomoka na tunasema iporomoke zaidi ili tuweze kuanza fresh, tutengeneze nchi yetu tukufu ya Kenya. So kwa hao machache yaja unless uko na swali lingine ambalo inakuwashawasha.
Swali ingine, maswali haziwezi kosa. Namuona Brother Benson pia amejiunga nasi hapa. Yes, Mise.
Leo nafikiri there is unfortunate statement my friend Kamau amesema that
okay, so that is why ameuliza swali
endelee kuporomoka zaidi ndio tuanze upya, you know. I think that is unfortunate statement.
It's being a statesman.
We should allow you know, we should not think of our country kuboromoka. We should think vile tunaweza ziba isiboromoke. So kwa hivyo tunapokuja hapa tuimize watu wetu ama wananchi wa Kenya waendelee kujenga, na haswa hatuwezi shinda tukizungumza juu ya mteshi, juu ya, you know, there are things that have been overtaken by events juu ya Western. Those are histories that while they're important for us to reflect, it is important for us now.
Histories, how are they history?
It is important now. Well, it's important for us to reflect on, to look back on the history. It is important for us not to use negativity or propel negativity in the development and the development of our country. We should learn from our mistakes in the past and build on them to have a stronger and better country. But if we keep going going back, tutarudi 2007 watu walinyongwa, tutarudi 1982, tutarudi yale mashamba hata Wakikuyu wengine walichukua, tutarudi wale Wajaluo waliuliwa. The country will break down. So we should now pick up from the 21st century and look forward, have a vision of building our country and asking ourselves, if we are talking about corruption, wewe mwenyewe, are you corrupt? If you are corrupt in your own small ways, jua also mwenye ako huko juu is corrupt in his own big ways. How can we stop this corruption? I think Bwana host, I wanted to make sure that we should have a very constructive debate here.
I get you.
To criticize.
No, you cannot
give them credit.
Let me elaborate. Unajua sometimes.
Okay, elaborate. Maybe we misquoted you or we misunderstood you. Yeah,
it's misunderstanding, because what I am saying is you cannot be corrupt and fight corruption. That's a fact. And when I'm passing through Rangata, I see Weston. It is a present monument. We see it. We are asking questions. Why is KA having a problem in offices while somebody has grabbed land of KA? This is a current problem. If need be, we go to 1963 and start afresh. Let that be done, because until we heal, in South Africa, there's what we call Truth and Reconciliation Commission. People came to truth. We want people who even went to Lamu to be told, how did you go to Lamu? Until we find a situation and find a solution for all those people. Because at the end of the day, bro, these things are hurting other people. That's a fact. We have to bring this thing on the table. We talk. We bring the people living in Lamu together and ask them, how do we do better? How can you live with these people? Should they buy? Should they go back? Should they be compensated by the government? That is what we want to have a conversation of. So you cannot tell me that we don't go back. We will always fight, because these things have never been solved. And until we solve the issues spoken in Dongo report, the issue spoken in TGRC, there is nowhere we are going as a country. And that is why we are saying the only thing that will help Kenya It is what helped in many countries, revolutions, whereby all these people are set aside and we start afresh. Even Uhuru Kenyatta, who I support and I am in Azimio because of him, he should explain why he has so many land, or his family has so many land, so that at the end of the day, as a people of Kenya, we have solutions for the people. You cannot have a whole province and then tell me let's bygone, big bygone. No, bro. No, the reason why
Secretary
you
General, shikilia hapo, shikilia
have
tu
been
hapo.
tormenting us. I don't know what to get out of it. I open your paper, the other one, the other one, the other one. Kibaki, 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 Kibaki.
Yes, guys, if you're joining us for the first time, this is a Freak 24 Hour. This is a talk show that gives you an opportunity to interact with the African stories and to extension, stories making headline across the world. So what we are having here is just a friendly fire. People are expressing their minds, their opinions, and their views. So the views here are not the views of a freak, but the views here are individual views. Mr. Secretary General has insisted that we have to go back to history. And if going back to history will make us move forward, then we have to. Mise is telling us that no, we don't need to look back, we need to look forward. Niko na Brother Benson hapa. Tusikie anasema nini. Before I lock you out, Brother Benson, on this issue of housing levy. Koti ilisema hii kitu isimamishwe kwanza, tusikize kesi alafu ndio tuambie ni nani ako right na ni nani ako wrong. Lakini leo koti ikakuja ikasema hapana, mnaweza collect tu kwa hii month peke yake, manake tuko karibu kusikiza kesi. So kitu mtu anajiuliza, do you think hii kesi itaenda on the side of the petitioners ama tayari the Kenya Kwanza government washa win, manake wamekubaliwa kucollect tu ya Januari? Kwa nini koti iseme wa collect ya Januari, na wakipata walikuwa wamefanya makosa, koti itawaambia warudishe hizo zote? Is it easier to tell them to refund ama waambiwe tu wa stop, then wataendelea kuchukua baadaye? So I'll be getting your opinion, and before that let me allow me read some of the comments from our viewers. I can see Geoffrey Ruto anasema, Mr. Kamau, you've said you celebrate a cup of coffee when the country is in confusion and headed to a wrong direction, but remember the country is doing better than it was before. Hiyo ni maoni yake, sio maoni yangu. Mr. Kamau, utaweza kujibu hilo, lakini sio sasa, nitakupatia nafasi. Mato Makandet anasema Mato anasema kuwa Mise kuna venye umewakisha moto hapa. So Mato, karibu patane na Mise hapa uweze kumwambia ni nini, kwa nini unaamini hiyo kitu anasema ni uongo, because he's saying he's personally affected by the Muteshi saga, and you know the story of Muteshi. So he insists we cannot forget about history unless historical injustices are corrected. Namuona mwalimu Julia Kanyoro pale anasema, hello Mise, I'm coming for you. So Mise, be ready, people are coming for you. Jitayarishe. Kama hujapata kiamsha kinywa, tafadhali look for a glass of water or a glass of milk, weka karibu. They are coming for you. Themba pia ametuambia kuwa Uhuru refuses to appoint some judges because he thinks they are corrupt. Ruto appoints all of them, saying they are clean. They rule against Ruto. Ruto accuses them of corruption. Kenyans are happy. That is the next thing that we are going to. Hii mambo ya judiciary under attack. And before we move there, Brother Benson, karibu useme jambo.
Asante sana Mr. Leo, na kwanza nimeingia kwa sababu wewe nimekutafuta kwa simu, just come to my inbox, we talk. There's a
all right. I know.
Yeah. So what is happening is this. I think the Kenya Kwanza might win the case, because if the first ruling was made and it was found to be unconstitutional, right? It was not within the law. Then how do you still give the government the go-ahead to collect, yet you say it was not done according to the law? You know, and they're still insisting that continue collecting because the case is maybe the case is coming. So it tells you how sometimes our judiciary it's not independent. It kind of like it's a political, you know. And when even sometimes you listen to some cases when the judiciary rules against you, you criticize the judiciary to be bad, and the other party that has rules for will always praise the judiciary. That's how it works in our country. Because if you see even like how president really criticized when he was at the burial, how he said about the corrupt judiciary members who are kind of like sabotaging his policies. The same judiciary, confirmed his win. So where do we stand? Yeah. So that is something that as a country now, this will come to the Kenyan public, and they start to investigate themselves and ask themselves questions. What kind of a country do we want, and how can we shape our country? Because the way judiciary works, it's not understandable. I'm not a law student. Yeah, I'm a very layman when it comes to law. But if you if you rule and you say that, okay, this thing was unconstitutional, yet you still give the government period to collect money. So what pronouncement is that? So that's what I can say.
Thank you. And on that matter, Mise understand the law, so you'll be able to tell us what that one implies, or maybe as a lawyer, what he can read on such kind of pronouncement. If maybe specifically you are representing a client and such kind of decisions have been made. So how do you communicate it to your client? Do you tell your client, hii tumeshinda ama hii ishaenda? So next, I just want us to watch this, because it is going to form part of the next question that we're asking ourselves. Judiciary is under attack. So who is going to stand with the judiciary? We are getting some mixed reactions from the lawyers. We are getting some mixed reactions from the prominent people who have spoken on this issue. There are some that are saying that the president is right. The president is fighting corruption in judiciary. I've just read you what Brother Themba have said, that when Uhuru refused to appoint some judges, knowing or suspecting that some of them were corrupt, Ruto said that, oh, these people are all clean. Then now that they've ruled against him, now he goes back to Uhuru's school of thought that judiciary is corrupt. Listen to this. It was recorded a long time ago.
Yes, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Right. Over there.
Yes, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Okay. I think let me say
on the basis of the rule of law. The Constitution is not a book. It is the law. Court orders are not pieces of paper. It is the law. And therefore, we want every public servant to understand that the basis of our democracy and the basis of our nationhood is the respect for the rule of law. The slide to anarchy and confusion and impunity and dictatorship starts when we do not respect the rule of law. Every public servant will be held personally accountable if they do not respect the rule of law.
Sorry. Captain, did you get me? I think I had some challenges from my end. I'm really sorry for that. I'm really, really sorry.
Yes, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Always. They say you can't even win a seat in your in Dadaab.
You know, the person who says that is Ahmed Nasir.
Yes, the Grand Mullah.
Ahmed Nasir has absolutely no relevance in the Somali community beyond JKL and the High Court where he is doing his wheeling and dealing. You know what I mean?
He's the Grand Mullah.
Hang on a minute. He cannot become the chairman of a Parents and Teachers Association school in a location or a sub-location in Northeastern Province.
He's from Mandera, by the way.
He's from Mandera. He grew up in Mandera. He has no home in Mandera, I can tell you. You're getting my point? He has no home. He has no constituency in Northeastern Province.
Yeah.
That's why he makes all the noise here in Nairobi here. That's why he does his lolly, primitive, you know, what you call con artist, legal wheeling and dealing. Not law, not scholarly, nothing basically. Let me tell you one thing. Why lawyers call one another a learned friend? By the way, I want Kenyans to forgive me because this is not my style. What I'm doing right now is not my style.
Right.
But somebody has to say it exactly as it is to save the judiciary, to save the legal fraternity in Kenya, and to save this country from this wheeler dealer. And to put it exactly as it is.
Yes. Okay. Hold that thought.
Yes, guys. Before I proceed, Captain, mute yourself. Okay, thank you.
Nyabaya, I was busy somewhere. I didn't even get what
All right.
JK was telling.
I'm saying just mute yourself. I was just telling you to mute yourself. Mise, I'll start with you. I know there's a video I'll play for you next, but just on that, it was some years ago, and Word had it, and I think you're aware that Grand Mullah was accused of having some deals with the magistrates, whereby those people who used to go for his services, for illegal services, were going there getting assured that they are going to have their way. I'll also play for you a video today. And if you've been following Grand Mullah of late, he's really been speaking loudly about the corruption in the judiciary. And I think he gets the courage to speak of this because he might have been a beneficiary of these illegal dealings in the judiciary. For example, if I've gone to done some business with somebody, I know them very well. That is when I can be able to speak about it. I've followed him so much, and of late, he's really been talking of corruption in judiciary, and even today he confirmed that. And the president also said, "Oh, Ahmed Nasir used to tell me that the judiciary is corrupt. I now agree with you." So, my simple question, Mise, is our judiciary corrupt? Or the president is just trying to get away of telling them that they smell like, you know what I mean? Because if you want to eat, if they smell like goats. If hyena wants to eat the young ones, it starts telling them that you smell like goats. So, what do you think, or what do you take of it?
I think what comes out as the president attacking the judiciary is just actually mere politics. The truth, the president was very categorical in his statement. And I will say that in verbatim. I think I wrote it somewhere. He says, "Our judiciary will respect you, but the judicial impunity by corrupt judicial by judicial corrupt officers must stop." That's a fact. There is nothing like attacking the judiciary. It's a fact. So the fact that he pointed out the judiciary has come out by the CJ trying to say that they are under attack. The state should not attack the judiciary, because the judiciary must also assert its voice, because it's an independent arm of government. So the executive speaking to the judiciary is not bad. That is why the judiciary can also sometimes criticize the executive. They have independence of existence. So to me, the truth is, they say send a thief to catch a thief. So all these people know their dealings. There is corruption in the judiciary to the core. That is why we have delayed cases. And these three arms of government needs to coexist. In fact, they don't need to be friends. If they are friends, we'll be in problems. I think it's good that they have the independence to criticize one another. And the president was factual. It is the same judiciary that that was used to swear in Kibaki, you know, against the will of the people in 2007. Okay, it's the judiciary that was used to swear in the former presidents, even when there were questions. The judiciary was threatened. When we had Chief Justice Maraga, David Maraga, he tried to bring sanity in the judiciary. However, on the second, when he was threatened, I think when he tried to assert, the power and authority and independence of the judiciary, tulipata someone came up, a scandal came up for Maraga, and Maraga kept quiet kabisa. Kuna mwanamke alitokea akasema akona mtoto wa Maraga, na Maraga ni mtoto wa ni mzee wa kanisa. So that is how the Kenya, kila mtu akona scandal. Wanaongoja tu siku moja tu ukienda kusema kuleta upuzi, wanaleta that scandal. We remember PLO when he was in the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. You know, he said the big fish, small fish will be fried. But the PLO was fried before he fried the big fish and the small fish. That is our country. So the judiciary has no more authority to say that they are being attacked when one arm of the government is pointing out the existence of corruption within its officers. It is the responsibility of these other governments, arms of government, to speak independently. So for me, Grand Mullah is a beneficiary. All these prominent lawyers that you see, they don't win cases because they are competent. They win cases because of the names and influence they have in power. Why do you think someone is a member of parliament, someone is a senator, someone is a state officer, is a CS, and yet is allowed to practice as a lawyer? There's conflict of interest. They should close down their law firms because there will be conflict of interest. So Leo, if I may finish, is that the truth is there is corruption in every arm of government. It is okay for every arm of government to point out the other arm of government if there is a corruption. You know what? We are the beneficiaries, because now the judiciary will also start looking for corruption or corrupt actions in the executive, and they will point out. And the legislator will also get to speak about corruption, and by so doing, we will have this dialogue, and our country will minimize on corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Naona Captain ameinua mkono. Captain, just a quick one.
Ni kama ameenda. I think he's gone.
He's there.
No, I'm here.
Mr. How are you?
I
see even you are removing your cap because you know what is coming is very hot. That's good.
I am ready to handle it.
Let me ask you, because you have talked about CJ's regime when he was the CJ, Maraga when he was the CJ, and my question is that I remember a CJ who was called Mutunga. You didn't say anything about him. We have never seen all these funny acrobatics behaviors that is happening right now in courts and between the president and the other arm of the government. Is it that Mutunga was working well as compared with the current president of the court? Mr.
I think do I respond now?
Yes.
Okay, so personally, I think Mutunga, you have to understand the dynamics, the versatility and dynamics of these CJs. Mutunga was a human rights activist, and he was known for long. I think he brought a lot of reforms within the judiciary, and he was a Chief Justice when the President of the Republic of Kenya was not a personality yenye ilikuwa inarobokwa or was confrontational with other arms of the government. The executive was, remember Kibaki wangesema watu wangeongea aseme hiyo ni mafia kuku. Just one statement. So you could not read a lot from one statement. And there is power in silence. And that's what Kibaki exercised. But now we have a young and vibrant and someone who grew up during the Moise regime. And we know what was happening during Moise regime. He also served in Kibaki's regime. He served in Uhuru's regime, and now he's the president. I heard the gentleman who left here rubbishing that Ruto has never been even an head of a kettle dip. Ruto has been in civil service for long before some of us were even born. So you cannot rubbish him. He knows the government. He knows the dealings, the deep secrets of the government. When Ruto speaks of corrupt judicial officers, Ruto receives intelligence reports. Probably is a beneficiary of that corrupt system at the judiciary. So when he speaks from position of authority that we cannot undermine his statement. And if he says, if let's go by what is in public domain, that he's a thief, and if he says that he knows how to deal with thieves, you are not a thief. He is a thief. He knows the ways of thieves. So let us give him the benefit of doubt that he knows they are corrupt. If people have said he's corrupt, if he's corrupt, he knows the ways of corruption. So he will deal with them the way he knows how. So I have no doubt that what he's saying is accurate. I have no doubt that what he's saying is not threats, but factual. But what I don't agree with him is that the projects should not be forced to the people. The issues of health, issues like healthcare, you can force that because it's going to benefit the people. Housing, tangu tuzaliwe tumekuwa tukiishi, hata kama ni nyumba ya matope, huwezi tulazimisha tukae nyumba ya mawe ama permanent houses. We've been surviving. What is what's of importance is healthcare. So, but again, Captain, you have to know that judiciary has been used to sabotage development in our country. So if there is any plans to sabotage the governance of the current president, which is meant or geared for the development of our country, then if he has to respond to stop it for the purpose and motive of developing our country, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mise.
Mise.
Nimemwona pale Melkizedek pia amejiunga nasi, karibu sana. Na pale kwenye comment section pia naona watu wanajiunga nasi. Kunaye Ruth Apondi anasema judiciary under attack. Namwona Goody pale saying that Abdi Nasir Abdullahi said he will never defend Ruto and Raila. Oh, kuna hii TV hapa inaitwa Tugege TV. Tugege TV analea dola imefika 160. So kwa wanabiashara, they know what this one means. Annie is also telling us that, Kenya Kwanza laments a lot in everything, even little things. So which little things are those ones? Kuna ule mwenyeji mwenyewe anaitwa Geoffrey Ruto. Geoffrey Ruto is saying that sorry, not Mise, I think he was responding to Secretary General that the government is better than where it was with the two brothers who messed up the economy. The GDP grew from 5.9% from 4.6%. That is according to Geoffrey Ruto. So for the ones who are joining us now, this is the Freak 24 hours. So nikileta Secretary General, nikitayarisha Melkizedek pia aweze kunena nasi. Secretary General, I just want us to watch this, then you'll pick after this video. You've already seen the former deputy speaker, that is the former deputy speaker, and he's currently a senator, telling us about Ahmed Nasir and the dealings that he was doing. And we have confirmed that most of these prominent lawyers who win the cases, it's not because they are better arguments, but it's because of their influence and how or who they know in the corridors of power. So I don't know if this one also includes, there's a time when G. Morengo used to win, his winning percentage was 90% of all the cases. And during that time, I think he was in that outfit called CORD and NASA, and they were really in opposition. But he will make us understand that one better. So let's listen to this gentleman, whom we've been told by the senator and the former deputy speaker, that is the time that we had the best speakers in this country after the 2007 2008 post-election violence, when we had the speaker Kenneth Marende and Farah Maalim as his deputy. That was the best house that up to date these current parliaments have not been able to live to its expectations. And the speakers we've had after Ken Marende have really not performed to their best, and they are always accused of being partisan to the political parties and playing the politics of the day rather than being the referees. So listen to Grand Mula.
Wandani wake Rais William Ruto wametetea kauli yake kuwa ni sharti kuwepo na marekebisho katika utendakazi wa kitengo cha mahakama nchini. Wakili mkuu Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi ameeleza NTV kuhusu upungufu ulioko kwenye kitengo hicho na ni yapi yanafaa kubadilishwa. Mwanahabari wetu Sydney Chazima aliandaa mahojiano ya moja kwa moja naye wakili huyo.
I mean, I was embedded with the presidential campaign, you know, when he was campaigning to become president. And one of the things I've advised him so many times is about the judiciary, you know, the need to reform the judiciary, because the status quo of the judiciary as of 2022 was not tenable going forward. I've told him about, you know, how endemic corruption is, how, you know, the judiciary, you know, will be very active player in a negative manner in the politics, the economy, and the social progression of society. So the president was alive. I mean, he had his own view on the judiciary. I knew he will come back to it, but I think this is the right time. He thought that he should probably visit that agenda. I think what the president has is, you know, this thing doesn't happen out of the blue. I mean, the courts don't just give injunctions like that, stopping. I mean, it's a network of people sometimes that, you know, plan in advance, prepare lawyers who will represent them, prepare the courts that will listen to them, and get judgments that stop this kind of process. I give an example of a case which the Honorable Paul Mute I was involved in the case myself. During the time of President Kibaki, Uhuru had a lot of problem with the Teacher Service Commission. I mean, they were a headache. And I thought, you know, the best way to solve the problem was through the courts. So it went to one court, went to another court, went to the Supreme Court. And the end result was that the courts, you know, killed teachers' nut and, you know, empowered the Teacher Service Commission. And at one stage, we come to know that, you know, the office of the president facilitated one of the judgments. A lot of money was given to the courts, and everybody knew that, you know. And I tell guys that the uniqueness of the Uhuru administration, unlike the Moi administration or the Kibaki administration and even the Ruto administration, is that that is one administration where a conscious decision will be made to bribe judges, yes, on very sensitive matters like this one between the Teacher Service Commission and the Kenyan Union of Teachers. Not so. We have seen the government as an active player, you know, in corruption. But corruption is, I mean, lawyers are involved. I will not deny. We know who does it. It is, I mean, you will see. I tell guys when Willie was a lawyer, senior counsel, we used to get a lot of, you know, referrals. Clients will insist that they need a senior counsel in their brief because they want. Nowadays, you will see someone who is 1 year in practice, you know, pushing the biggest case in town for that month, and They don't need a senior counsel. They don't need a good lawyer because the judge will help them out. The judiciary is a self-contained institution. I mean, the architecture of our constitution was in a such manner that nobody can interfere with it, and it's a good architecture. But the current situation is that that architecture is broken down. The JEC doesn't work. The Chief Justice has no idea about what the problems facing the judiciary are. If you go to the Honorable Chief Justice comment today and ask her what are the problems, she will tell you there are no problems because she's oblivious to what's happening in the judiciary. She is oblivious to the corruption in all the courts, whether it's the Supreme Court, whether it's the Court of Appeal, and I always say to a lesser extent the Court of Appeal than all other courts in the country. But when you have a Chief Justice that is oblivious, that has no idea about what's happening in the judiciary, how can an important institution, like the judiciary work? The JSC during her tenure has completely failed. I personally, I've lodged so many complaints. I mean, they will write you a letter and say that your petition has been dismissed because you are challenging the decision of a court. If the disciplinary mechanism of the judiciary has failed, what signal does it send to the judges that there is complete immunity, that nobody will touch them? When you don't have a disciplinary process and procedure that works, the system will collapse. And that's what happened in this country. I tell guys, I've practiced law for 30 years. I have never seen the state of corruption in the judiciary now than any of my 31 years. Even during Moi's time, it wasn't this bad. And why? Because the Chief Justice, have you ever seen the Chief Justice talk about corruption? No. Have you ever seen the Chief Justice talk about the number of years it takes for a simple case to be had? No. I mean, cases are taking 5, 10 years. We think it's a problem of judges. We employed so many judges. We employed 30 judges of the Court of Appeal. The High Court has now about 200, 250 judges. It doesn't help. Why? Because the system isn't working for Kenyans.
All right, guys, that is lawyer Ahmed Nasir. Ahmed Nasir was once a member of the Judicial Service Commission. He's a senior counsel. He participated in so many cases in the Supreme Court. And actually, nearly all the presidential election petitions, except for the one in 2022, where he excused himself, being the former lawyer of President Uhuru Kenyatta, who was also mentioned as interested party, being the chairman of Azimio by then. So he's basically describing what has been happening in court. And he's saying that the Chief Justice doesn't know what is happening in court, that he is the president of this court, but he doesn't know. He's saying that we thought that the problem was judges. William Ruto ended up appointing several judges, but that is not the problem. He's partly claiming that Uhuru Kenyatta was part of the people who are bribing courts. And if you listen to the president recently, not the president through his attack dogs, that is Ichungo and Ndindi Nyoro, they are saying that Uhuru is still bribing the courts and financing some demonstrations. So Mr. G, swali kwako. What do you have to say about this? What is happening in courts? You're being told that the courts are corrupt, cases are being manipulated there, and he's also complaining of the lawyers who practiced for less years are the ones who are now pushing for the big cases. And maybe I always like speculating. We've seen this lawyer called Danston Omari. Danston Omari is not a senior lawyer. He just started practicing recently, but you'll always see him everywhere. There's this brilliant lawyer. I don't know if he comes from Nyeri or where, but this brilliant lawyer who represented the Kirinyaga County Assembly during the Waiguru impeachment, and is currently the one representing Njenga, Mamaina Njenga. So what do you have to say about this? He's also trying to say that nowadays the senior counsels are not consulted. These, let me call them small lawyers, in his maybe narration, can now face the giant cases without involving the senior counsel, simply because they know the judges are going to help them. So, Secretary General, what is happening in our courts?
I'm looking at the people advising us on the corruption in the court. and those fighting the corruption. And then I'm left perplexed because have you ever heard of this saying? The kettle is calling the pot black. You know,
Eh? The kettle is calling the pot
black.
black.
Yeah, they are both in the same. They are both black, but now they are accusing each other. We are in a situation that, and this is what I had said before. If there is anybody in this world who wants to do a good thesis that will make him a doctor without any problem, please come and study Kenya. Kenya is a case study, bro. We are living in the end times in Kenya already, where the president is fighting corruption while he is the most corrupt, even on Google, where the lawyer Abdul Nasir has grown through corruption. He's advising us on how to fight corruption. It's a funny thing, I'm telling you. It is so weird. You can imagine how these people fight corruption. Well, it is all over their hands. Yeah, they are bleeding corruption. For me, I would think we should not fight corruption. My humble submission is that we should legalize corruption. Let it be a legal thing. Let everybody participate in corruption, and the small corruption and big corruption will be taxed because that is what we want. At the end of the day, it's taxes. But I don't think we are fighting any corruption. We will not fight any corruption. That is an illusion. Whatever Ruto says in one mouth, you haven't prayed here saying he's following the law. We know him. Yeah, the other day he even told us he has a birthday. Who is so sure that was his day when he was born? So we are in that situation. We cannot trust anybody. We have a president who is lying every day. Every day he wakes up, he's a lie. So we are in that situation, bro, where we could say parliament should be recalled, go to parliament, legislate a law, an act of parliament 2024 should be the first act, how to legalize corruption so that you can be even given receipts, that if you are going from Mahio to Kisumu, you pay one police, then you can go with that receipt and a stamp and tell them I have sorted, I have paid for this route. Don't overcharge me. Don't over. But basically, yeah, that is. You see, if a problem is cancerous, and I tell the people this: if you have a problem that is, you have a terminal disease, a chronic disease, like Kenya has a chronic corruption disease, then you do not cure, you manage. Umeelewa? No doctor will help you kill cancer or AIDS, but he'll give you a little viral medicine for you to live longer. So Kenya needs to live longer, to push longer. And the only thing we can do to these people, plus our president, is to give them antiretroviral so that we can, at the end of the day, have a country to talk about.
Shikilia hapo, shikilia.
Nilisema mwaka wa 98 kwamba nitajiuzulu ama nitastaafu kipindi hiki cha miaka 5 ikisha. Wengine hawakuamini kwa sababu wanaamini power katika kontinenti la Afrika kwamba kuna mtu anaweza kuwacha.
Of course, that is the voice of the former president. That is Hayati Daniel Toroitich telling you that watu walidhani kwamba hakuna mtu anaweza acha power, and he went ahead to say that power iko kwa mkono ya wananchi. I'm happy and I'm glad SG have said that we need to recall the parliament. I think that's the discussion that people have been having. One of these fine days, I'll get you to discuss how we can recall the parliament, how possible is it, and the things that we can do to ensure we recall the parliament so that we can be able to exercise that power. So allow me to welcome some of the panelists that are joining us. I can see Jeff Mburu. I can see my sister Julia is there. and indeed he promised Mise alikwambia anakukujia. I hope you've taken a cup of tea, or I've seen you with a cup there, or a glass of water, and you are ready. Julia is here to demystify what she thinks you are saying, and it is not right. And the ones who are on the comment section, keep the comments rolling. Keep the comments rolling. We are here to engage you. We are not here to talk among ourselves, but we are here to engage you. If you can be able to join the studio, I'm sharing the link there. You'll find it in all the channels there. You'll find it if you're watching us from Afrique 24. If you're watching us through Mtembei TV or through Leo TV, you'll be able to see the link there and join the studio. And just a reminder, I'll not forget reminding you that you need to subscribe to Afrique 24, because that is the place, that is the show that gives you an opportunity to interact with the African stories, and to an extension, the stories making headlines across the world. So if you don't subscribe to Afrique 24, then it means wewe hutaki kukuwa sponsor wetu. We are not asking for much. We are only asking for that 5 seconds of you typing Afrique 24 TV. Then you click on the subscription button and click on the bell. Then just at a goodwill, click on the share and ensure you share with all your contacts and tell them to come and help you listen and discuss matters Kenyan politics. Of course, we have much more than politics. We are having several programs aligned for you. If you've been following, you'll find that we're having a lot. To Dr. Shamba, that will always be coming every Saturday, telling you the matters of land. We are also having some historical show that is done by one Jeremani, will be coming on your screens on every Sunday, and much, much more. Not forgetting the morning newspaper review. So keep it here. It is Afrique 24. Let me give this chance to Julia. Captain, utangojea kidogo. You know, they say ladies first, na naona anatuandalia chakula, hatujui ni nini anaandaa pale, lakini Julia, karibu sana.
Thanks.
Happy to see you.
Rami, happy to see you. Happy to see Mise. Mise, hi. Na I think ni Kamau. I think I'm using my phone, so I'm not able to see who else is there. I don't know whether Benson is still here.
No. Benson was here, but he's on the background. He's getting you loud and clear. Benson was here.
Okay, thank you so much. I love the show. You are a good moderator. You're doing a good job. Na nimeingia to back Kamau what Kamau said, and Lisa didn't like it.
Right.
That he's looking forward to see this country fall. Me too, me say I'm one of those people forward to kusikia kwamba hakuna hata ndururu ya kulipa jeshi. I'm looking forward to that situation, that one of these fine days we'll not even have money to pay the army, or because those guys are the ones who have spared these corrupt leaders and the police. So I hope a time will come when Ruto cannot raise enough funds to even pay them. Or Kamau talked about sending the parliamentarians home. I hope one of these 5 days there will be no paycheck for the members of parliament and the Senate, and even the judiciary. Now, you're talking about the judiciary. I saw Mother Kwame was mad about what Ruto was saying, and I was kind of surprised about her reaction. Now, Mr. When you were analyzing the judiciary in the days of Kibaki, in the days of Uhuru, why you didn't analyze in the days of Ruto? Because they are the ones who handed over power to him. They didn't listen to Mwananchi. The court cases were taken to the Supreme Court about the election of 2022. There was enough doubt to just throw that election out. Now, me say if you're a doctor and you're the one treating me, or I think you're a lawyer, Mise, and I think you'll agree with me, there are some cases that you can't just play around. For example, if someone is being convicted of murder and all that, you got to do your best as a judge to have reasons beyond reasonable doubt that that person actually killed that person. And that is why some of the cases have lagged for years, and the Americans call them cold cases, because they have been looked at from circumstantial evidence, and really sending somebody to hanging, he will be, and you're not sure that he did that, then you got to think twice. The same thing that happened during the election 2022. Mother Kome, I listened to all those cries and complaints. Now, 4 commissioners decided that they didn't agree with Chebukati. And she knew that she was looking at a country of over 50 million Kenyans. And she went ahead and pronounced Ruto as a duly elected president. Personally, I think if she was looking at the law, or if I were in her shoe, however much I didn't like Ruto, I didn't like Raila, or I didn't like any of the team, I would have just have concluded that I need to give everybody the benefit of doubt. And if I were her, I would have called for a fresh election. And I would have looked at the Electoral Commission and demanded that we look at who are the members, because it seems Kenyans no longer trusted them. She didn't do that. She didn't help us correct the electoral injustice in the country. She just went ahead and rubbished everything the other side represented. And now she's here rubbishing what Ruto is saying. I think she's a hypocrite, personally. She's pretending. That is my view. That Leo, that is what Mother Kome is. She's a hypocrite. And what has actually happened to her, unajua, Ruto, I don't know how blind Kenyans were, or I don't know how dumb they are. I'm sorry if I'm calling you dumb, you have to forgive me. There were all signs that this government was going to be chaotic. Now, if you look at somebody, charity begins at home. People don't change who they are.
Yes.
Why even Uhuru disappointed us in many ways. Because Uhuru was a spoiled brat that Moi prepared to presidency. Uhuru didn't need the presidency.
Yes.
He just found himself there. And over, he found people pushing him and he became president. We didn't deserve to have Uhuru as president. Because he didn't know how to do these things. Uhuru, the only thing he knew is enjoying his life. He has the money, he has a beautiful wife and children, and he has a judge. He didn't need to be president. That is why he let away the other guys run away with corruption, and he let it. At his watch. And then one day he was coming to tell us that, I don't know, 2 million, I don't know how much money get lost every day. I hated that comment from Uhuru. And I hated to hear him say how much money we are losing. I would have told him, sir, the bulk stops at you. Shut your mouth. Stop telling us what you are going through when you're supposed to do something about it.
Yeah.
So if we look at that, and then we now come, so we didn't, personally, I think Kenyans were not surprised at how Uhuru managed the country, because they didn't expect him to beat Kibaki. They did not. Even in case, if all the development that Uhuru was doing, I think he was riding on Kibaki's missions and all that. Otherwise, if he had been taken the country from Moi, I don't think he would have done much better. Now, so when Ruto comes in, with all the scandals following him, yani Ruto akiwa deputy president, akona scandal after scandal, including what you are saying, we forget about Muteshi and the others. We can't forget.
Oh, right.
Show me your friend and I tell you who you are. Wachangeni kusema, kama ushasikia umenipata pahali nimelewa na natukana wanawake. There's no way I can change men. I can't change. So those of you who are looking for wives and looking for them in the wrong places, don't think that if you bring them in the house, watabadilika. Watu wabadilikangi. You cannot mold a tree when it's already, too old. That is what Ruto is. If we dig about his history, we have to dig this. And from then henceforth, I hope Kenyans, I agree with Kamau that Kenyans need to pay for this. Kenya needs to go through what they are going through. So that next time we shall look at people. We shall even look at what kind of families they have brought up.
And Julia, maybe just allow me to ask you on that. You're saying Kenyans need to pay for their choices, yeah?
Yes.
They are told that choices have consequences. Now we're experiencing the consequences of the choices that people made in August 2022, whether the majority made it but there are some people who made the choices to vote in the government that we are having currently. So do you think Kenyans are going to learn? Because I think it is not the first time.
Going to learn, but if you call an election now, nakwambia they won't want to see people like Ruto. Ata Mount Kenya. Guys, Mount Kenya are so mad that they are talking in vernacular in public, wakiaddress press. Wanasahau hii press ni national press. Unajua ushaona mtu amekasika mpaka anaongea mother tongue. If you call an election now, they'll beat up that man, I'm telling you. But you see, if we look back from Moi, we were able to elect Kibaki because we had had enough of Moi. Okay. And now we are back to square one.
Yes.
One of the reasons why we are back to square one is because some Kenyans didn't come out to vote. You know, in the day when Uhuru vied with Kanu and we had Kibaki, I think Moi would have tried to rig the elections, but the turnout was so overwhelming that I think he just called it quits. He was like, he can't do it. Now, if we had done the same thing this time, have a turnout, an overwhelming turnout, then I also want to blame Baba and Uhuru, thinking that they had the state machinery. I think Uhuru just let us down, I'm telling you. Because he was thinking he alilalia kazi na analia masikio. Because he should have known better. And even when we said that things were not going right during the elections, I think Uhuru, as the CEO of the country, still had the powers to do something about it, even if it was going to seem unconstitutional. Now, going forward to Ruto, we know Ruto. We know him with Youth for Kanu 92. We even hear what Jirongo says about Ruto. Ati mara alinyonga mtu, sije mara alifanya nini. We know him. You trace Ruto from the university. We know him. And then amekuja, amedanganya watu na kanisa. And now Mount Kenya is behaving that like they are surprised. Or the Mother Kome is being like she's surprised. What was she expecting? What is she surprised about? I think she's pretending. She's a hypocrite. And she belongs to the same table with Ruto.
Maybe she did not know. Maybe she thought that, you know, when Ruto campaigned, one of the promises he gave is that he's going to empower the independence of judiciary. And immediately he was sworn in. You'll remember that the first thing he did was to revert the action of Uhuru, whereby Uhuru had not appointed the 6 judges. That was the first thing that he did. And in the history of Kenya, he's the first person who given judiciary the highest budget ever. So he increased their budget of judiciary. He appointed the 6 judges. Hata kama ni wewe. Do you think this would have happened?
Okay, I like the way you have put it. He increased the budgets. First, he appointed the judges that Uhuru had refused to appoint, and Uhuru had refused to appoint them on the basis of corruption, right? So he was undoing what Uhuru was doing, bringing corrupt judges, okay?
Yes.
So he was pacifying Mother and team that, come on, I don't care how much corrupt you are. We are part of the same feather. We're going to work together. Then he increased their budget. This is what is happening, according to me. And he promised them money. And I suspect, Leo, pesa haitembe uko. I suspect that the money they were expecting haitoki. Ulisikia Ndungu akisema kwamba serikali inasumbuka ataka kulipa mshahara.
Yes.
Kome and team cannot talk about. Cannot say mwezi jana tulilipa mshahara yetu tarehe 15. These guys promised to give us funds for this. These funds have not come. So those things are surprising Mother. So even these things they are doing, see, ni kama kwamba want to do the right, and that is why they say that we don't approve the house levy, and the next day they say you can correct the February money. I mean, I don't know, January or whatever. You see, because hawana msimamo. Ni wale watu they waliahidiwa kitu na Ruto, and they thought that the guy was going to. I mean, they thought that the guy was. You know, Ruto is a sweet talker. Really a sweet talker, and he really sweet talked Kenyans, and there are Kenyans who bought that sweet talk. But however much somebody sweet talks, you need to look at the character of that person and think about, do you think they can change and deliver? So I hope Mother Kome is not surprised, or if she's surprised, she's behaving surprised, and more is to come. So me, I belong to the school of thought of Kamau, that one of these fine days, there will be no pay for the members of the judiciary. And one of these fine days, there will be no payment for the members of parliament. and then we shall go to the police, and then we shall go to the army. And that is how Ruto's government will collapse. Why am I saying this? Because mangoes only come from a mango tree. And
that's true.
So unaona hizi management tuangalie tu sasa, hata tukisema it doesn't matter whether you are in Kenya Kwanza or in Azimio. We just critically look at what the country is going through. Now, first and foremost, I've been saying this, I said this yesterday, that Kenya is a subsistence economy. So we only depend on a few exports, that is coffee and tea.
Macadamia unasahau?
Na macadamia. We have like 3, not more than that. Can you believe that? Now, so that is why now there is
avocado squeeze to my export.
export.
Eh?
Avocado.
Tuna export vijana waende wafanye kazi UK.
Tunapeleka vijana Saudi Arabia na Israel.
Yes.
Na Haiti.
We are exporting manpower to those less countries that they are not, maybe reproduction as part of biological whatever is very low. You understand?
So we are also exporting people. So if we look
we
at
are multi-purpose, by the way, we are multi-purpose.
Wow. So we are also exporting people now. But if we look now on a serious note, if we look at how we get our foreign exchange, we only expect our foreign exchange mostly from coffee, tea, macadamia was there. We had things like avocado, that is the horticulture industry. Now, I saw some flower farms shutting in Naivasha, and more are shutting. Why? They are saying that the environment for business in Kenya is very hostile. That's what they are saying. Now, so if coffee is not doing well, and we don't know how much tea is doing well, and macadamia is no longer doing well. Now, so where is the government now getting their resources? You know, government needs money for recurrent expenditure. So they are getting their money for recurrent expenditure from the businessmen, okay? So, and how do they get it? Through licensing, and then VAT, and then things like the port, the import duty that is at the port. So now, how much are we importing, okay? Now, what is the ability of Kenyans to purchase? What is the purchasing power for Kenyans right now? The purchasing power for Kenyans has gone down, has gone incredibly down. Now we skyrocketing prices of goods and services. Now, what are the businessmen now doing? Some of them are laying down permanent workers. They don't lay them down. They just asking you to renew your contract. Alafu anakuandika kama cashew. Kwa sababu gani? Ndio wasilipe all these levies, okay? So when Ruto hoped, and I think you people, you watch the reports of the KRA, what they said how much the tax has gone down instead of increasing. So I am asking myself.
But there is as you're asking, when Ruto was asked on the same, because the report by the Federation of Kenyan Employees, that is FKE, they say that about, I think, 70,000 Kenyans have lost job, and the employers are not able to pay the salaries, pay the NSSF, which they are equally pay with the employee, then also pay the housing levy, and also pay for your mortgage or give you a housing allowance and such kind of things. But Ruto said what has happened, these people have not lost a job. These people that FKE are saying have lost job have been employed by the government. He cited an example that the Teacher Service Commission employed 50,000 teachers. So the people that the FKE are listing as have lost job from the private sectors are those teachers who are in private schools and the private institutions and have now been absorbed by the government through the Teacher Service Commission. So should we believe that?
Okay, of course, I'll not even argue with Ruto. I will say probably it's correct. They were employed by the what? By the government. All right. So where will he get money to pay these people he employed? He's still depending on the VAT. Angalia. He's still depending on the licensing of businesses. Is he gonna depend on the import tax? Ile pesa mshahara watu wanalipa na serikali, hiyo haisaidii kurun recurrent expenditure, because that money that money has to be taken from somewhere else. So what I'm trying to say is that I think as we go the next 6 months or 1 year, Ruto will have less and less sources of income to run recurrent expenditure. And I think he's borrowing. Itafika mahali mpaka waache kumpatia nini mkopo. Unaona wameanza kumpatia kumwangalia shingo. I mean, they have started treating him like by the way. You know why? Because even the West, they are clever. They only work with you if they think you are useful. If they think you're not useful, they dump you. You can't trust them. They are not. You can't call them your friends. That is how the West behaves. So that is what's gonna happen. So I'm asking for how long can Ruto tax these people, the private business, because the private sector is the one that running is Kenyan right now. It's not the government sector. So for how long? For how long will they take that and not leave the country? Okay. And then I think, yes, a minute. And then I see that you see a situation where businesses will be shutting down. So for how long? Hiyo tax ataendelea kutoa kwa nani? Alafu umesikia watu wameacha hii business number ya M-Pesa. Si watu wanaacha hiyo business number.
Yes. People are now using cash if you go to a restaurant because it is easily to be traced. And maybe you can just hold on a minute. I don't know what is itching a captain. Sorry if that word is not correct.
It's okay.
And
It's okay.
I'll also pose a question to you after Captain has talked.
Yes.
You know very well you are not within the country. We were told recently by the deputy president that we want more Kenyans to go abroad, to go in the foreign countries and earn dollars there so that they can come and stabilize the rates in the country. Forget about the G2G deal that we were told was going to stabilize our dollar. So what is the state, the people who are outside there? So what are you doing to ensure that you stabilize? Because we now depend on the people the labor that we are exporting to come and stabilize the dollar. And the government is also depending on the private sector and the taxes so that we can be able to stabilize the economy. But let me allow Captain, because I have much to ask on that. As you people are saying that the economy is bad, the report from the IMF is rating us very well, and we are also having reports that our GDP have grown from the previous year to this year. So we are also going to weigh on that. So Captain, you can have your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Nabaya. On that side of economic, I heard Julia talking of the flower farms in Naivasha closing down. And the other day, we saw some youth demonstrating in Kericho over this issue of having the machine, kufunafuna majani and all whatever. And even there goes a lot of demonstrations, and the governor himself had to intervene. It was very hard for the governor even to intervene. So my question is to you, Julia, that what is that way we can use to tax these people who are doing flower farms? Because I know, of course, they are not Kenyans. Naivasha is in Nakuru County. Why don't these people from doing flower farms be taxed by the Nakuru County government, and the Nakuru County government deliver the taxes to the national government, and they continue growing their flowers and deliver to their countries? Because, of course, you know, they are the white settlers doing those flower farms. Even in Kericho, the Unilever, whatever, is somebody, yeah, I don't want to mention. Why don't we have that criteria whereby we can deal with these people doing these flower farms and majani chai and all those, rather than closing down? Na inapunguza kazi ya watu wengi sana Kenya, na tunapeleka wananchi wetu UK, ambapo sasa hata tuko tayari saizi kupeleka tena US na mapikipiki zao waende wafanye bodaboda huko in New York. What can we do? What can we do, Julia? Because I know you are not in Kenya. You can give us a better way. We can do better to our people.
I don't know, Captain, how the tax works, but I think they get licenses. They don't know who gives them licenses. I don't know if there's a national government or the county government, but I know they export. When they export, they pay tax for that. Alafu kuna shida hapo. Kuna a friend of mine, she's an American, and she works for those flower farms. She told me a very bad thing, how she had to pay so much bribes at the airport to import some machinery and all that. It was just a shame for Milio. And she was narrating how walimsumbua hapo kwa airport.
Yes.
So those kind of things will kick away these investors. I don't know, Captain, I can't answer you on that. I don't know how they pay their tax and how they get
Maybe
their
to
life.
help you, Julia, and I also allow you to take a
Yeah.
glass of water because I know there are so many reactions. I can also see my brother Kenyan revolutionary. He always rebels. I don't know if he will rebel against you today. Yeah, I also see my brother Jeff Mburu. So just keep it there as you take a glass of water. Can try to tell Captain that these people, the foreigners, number one, when they come to our country, they start by paying what is called a visa. Apart from paying the visa, depending with the number of years or the number of days they want to stay here, that is a way the national government is getting revenue. Secondly, there is a work permit. You cannot be allowed. There is a visa for tourists just to walk around and take photos with the monkeys and the cheetahs and the rhinos within the country. But you also need a work permit. And this work permit, you also have to pay for it, and it is always renewable. And for you to set up a company, when you want to set up a company as a captain, the amount you're going to pay is not the same as the amount that a foreigner is going to pay. So these foreigners are also going to pay for the licenses that is paid to the national government because they'll have to register their companies. And of course, they also come with some foreign currency, which is also giving us some foreign exchange. Then when you go to the county levels, at the county level, they have some cess that they normally collect. Each and every county has got an amount that they collect from every business, including the mama mboga. Of course, in the next few minutes, you're going to look at the mama mboga and the boda boda who've decided to sue Ruto, that whenever Ruto uses those terms, then he will also have to pay them because they've been misused. It's an interesting story we are going to look at. So the county government is getting a lot of money from them. Even the advertisements that they make, the adverts for you even to brand your truck or to brand your car, you have to pay some branding. So we get a lot of money from them. I think that one answers you and temporarily, but I know there are some answers that you're going to get and there are some reactions. So for the ones who are joining us, I can see Mzee Pen Nyagaka is also in. Kenyan Revolutionary, karibu sana. This is Afrique 24 TV. And as I always tell you, this is the platform that gives you an opportunity to interact with the Kenyan, African, and the entire world stories, to give your opinion independently, irrespective of your affiliation, either economically or religiously or politically. So everybody is free to give their opinion. And we do believe that through these opinions, we can be able to make Kenya a better country, a country that we dream of. So irrespective of having differences politically, we have a country for us all. We have a country that almost all of us, we feel proud when people mention the name Kenya. And our belief and our dream is one day we will have a nation that we speak the same language, we take the same direction, a prosperous language that everybody will be happy to be called a Kenyan. I know currently there are people who don't want to be called a Kenyan, but it is because of this kind of talks that we are trying to see if we can have that Kenya that we long for. So allow me, I know Jeff Buru, you tried joining and you had some challenges. Yes.
Before I allow you, lastly,
yes.
Why is a container coming from Kenya with flowers, but
yes.
when it reaches some other countries, it
yes.
goes back empty without even
yes.
taking the machines? Like we have shoes, we have what they can be brought to Kenya. Even shaving machines, we can bring shaving machines. We take Kenya Rebel to Kinyozi rather than coming here the way he is, and then the country will be moving on. We tax him because he has bought the machine. You see, we don't like the thing whereby
all right, Captain,
no,
guys,
we don't have to be like that. Yeah.
Not unless you just wanted to greet Kenya Rebel, and I think
I wanted to bring that humor to
that,
welcome Kenya Rebel because I saw him, he was so arrogant.
Thank you. The president told us that we are to ensure that we balance the dollar. We are going to start a manufacturing, and actually he told us that Kenya itaanza to manufacture cement. So I know you people will tell me, though we are not discussing that, there are some of the things that we are going to manufacture. So those machines za kunyoa, we'll produce them here. Already we were promised some funds, and those things are in progress. So this is what I'll do. Jeffrey Mburu was here before. He tried joining severally but failed. So Kenya Revolutionary, just with your permission, allow me welcome him. Then I'll come to you. Just be patient. And Jeffrey Mburu, Happy New Year. Happy to see you 2024. I think we saw your face last year, so it has been quite a while from 2023 to 2024. So welcome to Afrique 24 Hour.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leo Nyambaya. I don't have much to say right now. I just want to gain momentum. I want to hear what others have to say. I have to catch what is the subject of discussion. But I'm so happy to see what you are doing here. Kenya Rebel, I feel good to be with you here. And Miss LM, Captain, thank you so much. Happy New Year. And I see there is another person here who is down there. Yes. Yeah. Happy New Year. And may we have a beautiful year ahead. May everything work well for us. Yes. I will talk later, sir.
Thank you. And just maybe to brief you, I see Penn is also coming, and Kenya Rebellion have also joined us. We've been here for the last 2 hours. We were simply looking at, we started by looking at this issue of judiciary. That is what we are looking at currently. Judiciary is under attack, and we are getting some mixed responses from the senior councils, with some of them supporting the president that it is war against corruption, and some of them are against the president, saying it is not war against corruption, it is war against justice, it is war against judiciary. And some are preempting that there are some plans that the president maybe is having, and he knows that it is the judiciary that might stop him. So he's just testing water and threatening the judiciary, so that when that right time comes for him to unlaunch his plan, then nobody will stand before him. And when I talk of a plan, you people can be able to read the politics. So the only thing that he can do is something to do with his tenure, maybe extending his term or such kind of things. Initially, we opened by looking at the housing levy, whereby the court has given a green light or an okay to the government to continue collecting the house levy for this month, awaiting the hearing of the case, I think around 26th of January. But initially, the same court stopped it. So people were asking, or what we were asking today as Afrique is that, what do you think is going to be the outcome of that case? Because the court said, no, you stop collecting, we listen to the case and determine. But now the court is saying, yes, you can collect for this month as we wait. So do you think that the case is going to favor the petitioners who wanted this housing levy to be declared unconstitutional? Or do you think the case is going to favor the government, the Kenya Kwanza government, who've been collecting the levy? And the question that we're asking, what is going to happen if the government the activities have been declared illegal? Will they refund the money that they've been allowed to collect? So you people are not late. We can pick it from there. So let me welcome Kenya Revolutionary before I go to Ken Penn Nyagaka.
Hey, can you hear me, Leo?
I hear you loud and clear.
Yes, I just wanted to start it with yes, Nakuona Captain Napo. Hey, Mise, it's been a long time. I've been listening to you, Mise. I liked what you were saying, if you can hear me. Long time. Of course, Jeffrey Mburu there, Mzee Pen Nyagaka kama kawaida, and I can see who is below there. The banner is in a feature.
That is Julia. That is Julia. I think you know her.
Oh, hi Julia. Huwa tuna ni watu ambao wanatugonga kitambo, but mwaka mpya, so we'll be nice. That's my resolution, to be nicer and calm. Anyway, I just wanted to start it, like I said yesterday, if you were here. I say, if there's a friction between the executive and the judiciary, that's a good sign. I like it. I like that Ruto is complaining about the judges and the judges are complaining about Ruto. That means that there's some level of independence in the judiciary. Now, that does not mean that there are no corrupt judges in the judiciary. Yes, there is. In fact, I saw you, rebels fellow to Goodia in the comment section. There's corruption in judiciary, and in Kenya the number one problem is corruption anyway, whether it's in the judiciary, in the executive branch, whether it's in the parliament, legislative, it's corruption across the board. Okay, that's the number one problem.
Rebel, if maybe you don't
Yes.
mind tuning your microphone, it's having some cracking sound. I think you can do something about it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll log off and come back.
Is it really a matter of logging off, or maybe you get close to the mic?
It could be if he's using Bluetooth. I think he's using Bluetooth.
Yes, I am. Okay, let me undo that.
All right, thank you. Okay. As he's coming back, Ben, you wanted to react? Wait for him. I'll give you time. Wait for him to get back. Wacha nikaribishe mzee atusalimie. Nimejua hana maneno mingi. Ben.
Salimia yeye sana.
Leo wewe umejua kweli. Mimi sina maneno mingi. Habari yenu?
Mzuri sana.
Kenya Revolutionary, Rio, Captain, Jeff Mburu na Korera. Juri, wewe ni Korera. Na yeye atauliza huko ndiambiwe Korea ni nini. Na hello?
Hello, tunakusikiza.
Mimi senga kwenda. I hope Mrs. is doing good. So, asante sana. Okay, I wanted to endelea namna hivyo, na the judiciary is very corrupt because is a higher percentage, is over 60-70% in the judiciary ambayo iko corrupt. Na niliwaambia jana leo ya kwamba kuna askari wengine walifutwa kazi, na one of them was my friend, and aliniambia all we have to do is just know which charge it is. Wanaogopa hii wa Somalia, all the Islamic lawyers wanaogopa, lakini wakipata wale Wakristo wa Afrika hao ndio wanataka. So the guy was telling me, don't worry about it. When we get the judge, we just cover it from there, and there's no case. So when Ruto says it in a month or so later, sasa unajua ni kweli. And the person nishawaambia, I grew up under the court system, kutoka Kisii mpaka huko Homa Bay and all that. Lakini majaji wengi siku hizi wamekuwa namna hiyo, na hiyo ni pole sana, na tuendelee tu. Nyabaya, leo mnafanya kazi mzuri, hii ndio tunataka. Tunakuja na ile ideas zingine, huyo kapteni wanatuattack, na sisi tunawaambia yale tunataka, na hiyo ndio tunataka. Asante sana Rio, tuendelee.
Asante sana for being brief. Kenya Rebel, you can continue with your submission, na ujue misi anakungojea tayari ashaweka maswali.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah, you're now okay. You can proceed.
Okay. I just wanted to go back to the 2022 case that was brought in the presidential election that I heard Julia was talking about. And she said that there was a good reason to nullify that case. But the only thing I will ask her is, did she actually look at the evidence or listen to the case? Because if you did, you can see why Koome actually called it hot air. Because I keep on singing here to every Azimio follower who still think that they had a case. In 2017, there was a case by Maina Kiai and 5 others versus the IEBC, where the ruling, the issue at hand was about how the presidential election, who declares it, how does IEBC declares that case. And it was ruled that the presidential election is determined at the polling station. So Chebukati cannot tamper with the results he received. For example, if we have 200 polling stations in Kenya, there's always an agent, Kenya Kwanza agent, Azimio agent, and IEBC agent. They count it there at that polling station, they agree, all of them, they
Yeah.
count it together and they agree, all of them, and put a sign on it. They sign that, ascertaining that they've tallied the Ninio, and the number that they've agreed upon, they sign that that is their number in that form. And the agent anachukua picha, puts it in the portal, and then he takes that form and takes it to Nairobi to Chebukati. Okay? And that number that has been announced, okay, is what Chebukati will announce. In fact, it's in the portal. You can see it from everywhere in the world. Okay? So the server has nothing to do with it. Chebukati has nothing to do with it. And if you listen to Saitabao, who was one of the Azimio head agents, he said that the biggest mistake that they did was that they didn't have agents in all of the polling stations, which might have played to them losing that elections. Okay, so you can't fault the Kenya Kwanza and say they stole the elections. Okay, the presidential election was determined at the polling station. So if you want to find out who really won the elections, go and find that form. Is it 34A, 34B, whatever, 34C? Okay, grab it, tally it up, and compare that number with what Chebukati told us when he declared who won. Okay, hii mambo ya kuitaita server is nonsense. Stop it. So the server has nothing to do with it. The presidential election was determined at the polling station. Okay,
That's really great. Now back to the question that we are having today.
I'm coming to it.
What you are telling us is necessary for now.
We are now moving to the issue. Okay.
He's building his argument. He's building his argument. So
he's allowed. He's allowed to build his argument.
He's allowed. Okay.
This has everything with the judiciary. So when people argue that the judiciary actually gave Ruto the victory, that's not the case. They just ruled according to the evidence. Now, Ruto is now saying that the judiciary, some of them are corrupt, or it's corrupt. That's not something new. It's true that they're corrupt. Now, if he was to say, and to be fair to him, I didn't listen to what exactly he said, but from what I hear from the news, they're saying that he will defy the court orders. Now, that can be problematic if he said that. Okay, I would disagree with that. Okay, but it's a good sign. Like I say, it shows that there's independence, some level of independence between the judiciary and the executive. Okay, we saw that during Maraga and Uhuru Kenyatta, when Maraga was actually stalling most of Uhuru's things because Uhuru was trying to railroad his way to, was trying to act like a king. Okay, and it's a good thing. So I think it's a wonderful thing what is happening. The only thing is that corruption, as we all know, we can all agree on. We can even agree with the president that there are some corrupt judges. And Abdel Nasir, you mentioned Abdel Nasir earlier today. It's so funny that he had an exchange with Kaluma, and he actually threatened to expose Kaluma's wife, who's a magistrate somewhere. And Kaluma stopped talking. But people like Abdel Nasir, these people should not be free, walking free. This guy should be in jail, because we all know, any Kenyan who has a brain knows that this guy has been corrupt and has corrupted the judiciary system. So all in all, what I'm saying is this: if we are going to judge the judiciary, let's look at how the case was argued before we start saying wamependelea huyu, wamependelea huyu. Was it according to the law? That's the question we should ask. So we citizens also should don't have to know the law in and out, but listen to the arguments, look at what the Constitution say, look at the facts. Then we can see if these guys, the judiciary is making judgments that are questionable or not. Anyway, I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Misa, you wanted, I'll give you a chance. If it is not so pressing, I can just request for a minute so that I can be able to just welcome somebody. I can see I have a Rise TV Media. Rise TV Media, welcome to Afrique 24. And this is 2024, the year that we promised that we are going to give you a lot. Actually, we are going to give you a platform to be able to interact with fellow Kenyans across the world and share ideas that are positively going to build our country. So this is Afrique talk show, and karibu sana. So maybe you can just say hi and let us know what you have for us today.
Hi, thank you so much. I am very much excited for the discussion that you have today, and I would like to say that, you know, in each and every democracy, when people are talking and when people are discussing and when they have a dialogue, it creates a very good room for people to have maturity in the country.
Yes.
I am from United States, and I'm very much happy for this discussion. And I have been invited by Pastor Geoffrey, and I've been
All right.
listening to each and
I
every
know
time, and
him.
yeah, I've been listening to each and every time, and I really appreciate. The only way the way that we can be able to steer the development of our country is having such candid discussions, so that we can really know where we are going wrong and where we can be able to listen together with listen. So I'd like to encourage you and tell you that you are doing great, and I'm supporting each and every one of you. Let us have that discussion, and we are here for the best of our country.
Thank you so much. Welcome and feel at home. I think this is one of the platforms that brings us together. It brings home away from home. So when you are here, you're able to interact with somebody. The village boys there, all the way from Canada. You're able to interact with SG, who is somewhere in Nakuru. You're able to interact with somebody from Kisii. So it's like you are home. And they normally say when we talk, then things are going to get better. But when we stop talking, then it means things are going in the wrong direction. So thank you. And once again, welcome. So let me go through our viewers on the comment section. Please, I always tell you that there are so many ways you can participate in this debate. You can just send us a text on the comment section from the channel that you are watching. I know there are some who are following from Tembei TV. There are some Leo TV. I can see people from the Afrique 24 Hour or Jax Digital. So wherever you are watching us, we share the links on all the channels. And when you comment, we'll be able to see all the comments, irrespective of where you are logged in. So you can see Ashley is also present. Ashley Karibu Sana is talking of Geoffrey. I think I like the comments there. That is really progressive. As long as you're sharing your mind without interfering with somebody else or demeaning another person, it's really healthy. That is good. Geoffrey Ruto, thank you so much. Welcome to the show. Each and every time we are happy and we are glad interacting with you. Good year, I can see you over there. I can be able to see who is this Silver Shine Cleaning. I can be able to see Lebo. Is it Lebo or Lebon? Thank you so much for joining today's show. Francis Odhiambo, hatuja kusahau. The Facebook naweza mwona Franklin Tipon, Edina Kiza, Stephen Otieno, Ruto Kwema, Gilbert Rono na Kalama Deno. Karibuni sana and keep it interactive. Don't just watch. Let us know where you are watching from and let us also know your views. What do you think of this kind of show? What should we do better, or how should we make it more interactive, more involving, and more innovative? We don't just need to come here and keep on lamenting. Yes, we've lamented, and even the good book, that is the Bible, has got a book of lamentations. Then after lamentations, there's a time for now action. So which kind of actions do you think we should take to save the country? Because from where I sit, I can see majority, whether they are supporting the Kenya Kwanza or they are supporting the Azimio, majority are agreeing that despite the fact that some things are moving on well, there are things that are not going on the right direction. So what do we need to do? We need to encourage those things that are moving on well to keep on moving on well and come up with ways of ensuring these things that are not moving on well, they are also made to follow the right direction. So with me, I have to appreciate Captain is here, Mise, the village boy, Rice, TV media, that is ATM, Jeff Mburu have joined us, Kenya Revolutionary. I have Mwalimu Julia mwenyewe, pamoja na Pen Nyagaka, nani tena, and everybody who joined us. We really appreciate you interacting. So tukiendelea na mazungumzo, I've just told you the other side of the people who are saying that the judiciary is corrupt. And from the discussion, we had Ahmed Nasir telling you that even the president himself have been is a product of the corruption in judiciary. 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 4 Kenyans who've interacted with the judiciary will tell you, just the same way those people who've interacted with police, they will always give you the same response. Whether they benefited or they were victims, the fact remains that there is a problem in judiciary that needs to be fixed. But what are the legal fraternity saying? Are they standing with the judiciary? Are they protecting the dignity and the image of judiciary? We've heard from Ahmed Nasir, who is trying to agree with the president and is saying that the judiciary is dirty and it has to be cleaned. Whether we clean these dirty linens in public or private, it doesn't matter. We have to clean it. Listen to what Senior Counsel Otiende Amolo had to say. Leo ni Senior Counsel ndio tunasikiza.
And instead of claiming that some people are sabotaging them, they should admit that they are unable to govern. You cannot claim you're being sabotaged when you have pocketed parliament, when you're intimidating the judiciary, when you've muzzled all independent institutions, and you essentially have a free hand, but you don't know what to do with that free hand. So you keep looking for enemies in your shadow. The sooner they admit that, the sooner we will start having solutions. As we come into the year, we continue to demand that the cost of living must come down. We continue to demand that the government must immediately release monies to CDF so that we can pay, give bursaries to students. And if they will not do that, for us, we are prepared to exercise our constitutional right anytime. As soon as we get the indication from our political leader, Raila Amolo Odinga, we will be there. And the truth is, Kenyans are so dissatisfied that even if we don't do that, Kenyans might end up starting to demonstrate on their own. We demand that this regime must listen to Kenyans and must address the plight of Kenyans.
Mise, I'll start
very
with
quick,
you.
Very quickly, Leo, before, just one sentence that I needed to listen.
All right.
Just the unfortunate thing about what he said, you listen to him, he said, we will exercise our
No, that is what I want Mise to address first, Kenya Revolutionary.
No, I'm just saying
one
sentence. I'm saying one sentence.
Okay.
What disqualifies what he said, he says he'll only exercise his democratic right, whatever, only if their leader, Raila Odinga, tells him to do so. That shows you the level of psychophancy that these people are. So I won't even pay attention to this clown.
Thank you, Mise. My question is, I have two quick questions. The first one, Otiende Amolo is telling us that the government have failed to rule or to govern, to control the country. So they are looking for enemies in their shadows. Then, of course, the most important question is what Kenyan Revolutionary is also reacting to. We will exercise our rights as long as our party leader says so. So, at what extent are Kenyans supposed to exercise their constitutional right? Should Raila be the one reminding Kenyans to exercise their rights, or Kenyans can just independently exercise their rights? And lastly, is demonstration the only tool that Kenyans have been left with? Mise.
Yeah, thank you. Allow me first I needed to respond to what Julia, it wasn't Kenya Revolutionary that I was responding to. It was
Please proceed.
in regards to the questions.
Hearing you.
Yeah, it is in regards to the questions that were placed upon Julia to respond. and she raised very, very good concerns. And I remember the flower farms mentioned from Naivasha and the investors in Kenya. So I just wanted to mention that my mom used to work for a flower company called Pan-African Vegetable Processing Company in Naivasha. And when I grew up in Naivasha, we used to see a lot of flower companies owned by foreigners thriving. Business was thriving. Now, what the government of the day has to deal with in foreign investors. Now, there is a loophole of dealing with foreign investors now that the government needs to take really serious. For example, when you are a foreigner, you need a permit, or your permit is different, maybe slightly expensive than the local or a citizen. So now the foreigners have become smart. They come into the country, they marry a local, or they marry a citizen. By default, they become citizens. So which means the money that was intended to be paid to revenue collected to the government is negated, which means we lose revenue through that avenue. Now, the second thing is that there is tax evasion, and the tax evasion is we are masters. Our own leaders from the top, name them: Raila, Ruto, Kibaki, Uhuru. They are masters in tax evasion. And so when that exists, when the government depends on collecting revenue through taxes, it equally loses money through tax evasion. And this is a serious crisis that we are having as a country. So which means that we need to take care of this. I like what Kenya liberationaries say: elections, so that we stop these gimmicks and speculations. Elections are won at the polling stations. Then a seal is put before it's transmitted to the national it's called National Center, right? So if you look at Elections Act 2012 and Elections Act 2016, which originated from the sharp criticism of the electoral bodies on how elections was conducted and handled and transmitted, they brought in a safeguard to provide agents, every party, to put their agents as a security of assurance that what happens at the polling center has integrity, and they are satisfied with what has happened there as eyes and voices and ears of their parties and their candidates. So when we find that the parties have failed to use that safeguard, then it should be known that people like Ruto, or those who are, not only Ruto, but from both parties, took advantage of that and they won. And even if you went back to the physical ballot papers, you'll find that it tallies with what has been transmitted. And there's also something, and that's why I totally wanted us to have, because this in itself is corrupt. Corruption is not taking money from someone. Corrupt is also the information you give. You can give information that can corrupt the proper thinking of a person to be delusioned, to think that what you're telling them is true when in actual sense it's not true. So if we demystify this all baloos of the server, we will come to realize that when a document in form of JPEG, PDF, when it's being transmitted, it has to be decrypted. It has to be encrypted. And for you to read the document when it's being transmitted, it has to be decrypted. Now, imagine how many votes, presidential votes do we have? We are talking about 5, 7, 8 million votes. How many hours will you take to decrypt the JPEG? Because it's either PDF or JPEG that is the file format that is being sent to the National Tallying Center. So we have been conditioned to think that the problem is at the server, when actually the problem is at the polling center. And that is why the argument of the judiciary at the time argued and made a conclusion that elections are won at the polling station. So perhaps this is not an alien idea for the opposition. Perhaps the opposition should put more effort at the polling centers to ensure that there is integrity. But that being said, to provide a solution, apart from taxing people, like Julia was saying, and taxing the civil servants as a way of generating revenue, I think the best way of raising funds is also doing what the United States did or other developed countries does. They bail out small and medium enterprises. They give money. We should not close. We should go back to Gikomi. We should go back to textile industries. We go back to sugar companies. We go back to like whatever, like they were saying, export processing zones. We should invest into that, and by so doing, we will have trickle-down effect that will boost our economy. If we keep closing and thinking that we are going to go to privatization of these existing organizations that are actually working, instead of going and looking, Leo, you have a shop, you have an wholesale, you have a business that is supporting 5 employees, and we tell you, Leo, if we give you a loan of 20,000,
but allow me, Mise, not interrupting you, but just a point of information. What you're saying is what the current regime of Kenya Kwanza campaigned on, that they are going to expand the tax base by raising people who are at the bottom of the pyramid and bringing them up, so that this one is going to create more employment and create more taxes. And one of the things that the government did, according to their manifesto, was to introduce what they called the Hustler Fund. And this Hustler Fund was supposed, so it was meant to be given to the people who are at the lowest pyramid to ensure that they work on their businesses. And maybe to allow you, maybe I know you're going to tell us a lot on this. I just want you to watch this in a minute, then it can help you build on your point. And Captain, I'll give you a minute, just wait, because he raised something important.
Don't let him to go. Don't let him to go.
No, he's not going. Misa is here to stay. He's not going. So as he really is really talking of something that is good, that if we borrow as Kenyans, we can really be far. Expanding the tax base. How do we do this? We don't deal with the already established companies that the rise and whatever, because with them they will still pay taxes. They have enough capital to do it. But we go to the people that were called Mama Mboga, the people that were called Boda Boda, and they were told that soon they are going to have supermarkets. So have a look at this. These are the people that were promised that, and let us see if they did take that hustler fund, if it is really increasing the tax base.
Akilipa hiyo 500 unaongezewa limit. Hata kama mtu wa boda boda, chukua hiyo 500 leo, lipa kesho, inakusaidia. Haya, saa hizi serikali iko na friendly business environment ina create. Nyinyi mnataka kuharibu hiyo business environment. Me, I want to challenge Nuru Kaganda.
Challenge wananchi, sio 500 itanisaidia.
Maandamano sio alternative.
Jamaa anasema 500 itanisaidia nikienda kukopa hustler fund. Kama sukari kilo 2 ndio 500. So hiyo 500 inaweza nisaidia na nini?
Sukari kilo 2 ni 220.
Hakuna. Wewe labda kwako kwenu
220.
Kilo 2.
Enda Naivas. Enda Naivas. Enda Naivas. Saizi. Ama tuende na watu wa media kwa supermarket yote tupate.
Sukari kilo 2 ni
200. Naivas nilipa jana.
Twende na wewe.
Utalipa pikipiki twende. Utalipa.
Bora ni 7.
Anuanga kwa tasema hivi. Wewe zonga ya hapa. Kuja sio watu wanasema. Google hapo.
Wacha nimjibu swali yangu. Mimi wanapika mabuyu, unapika mahamri. Sukari ukinunua kilo mbili tu yenyewe ni 520. 520. Ukikanda hata yenyewe aishiki, sukari yenyewe ni mbaya, ukikanda ikandiki.
Kuna makuli.
Sasa anataka
220.
Labda
quick math. Jana nimebai.
Labda kwa
nimesema wewe hauna bibi, hakuni chai kwako. Hao wanaume wanakuambia wako na watoto na wameacha sukari kwa nyumba. Wewe hauna. Wewe ni mjinga kiwango gani wewe? Wewe unajua historia ya Mumias, wewe hamu na ropokwa tu. Mimi natoka Mumias. Mtu mwenye amefanya Mumias nafanya kazi ni Raila Odinga. Ruto ndiye anataka ifungwe.
Nani ametoa pesa hii?
Ruto, Raila Odinga ndiye ameleta huyo muhindi. Don't speak about Mumias Sugar Company. Tutakosana. Don't speak about Mumias Sugar Company. Mumias Sugar Company ni product ya Raila Odinga. Ndiye ameleta huyo muhindi hapa. Raila Odinga. Na tunaona Ruto anataka kutoa huyo muhindi kwa sababu msichana wake ameolewa Nigeria, aleta mtu kutoka Nigeria na tumekataa. Ndio unaona Salasia anapigwa kila wakati. Na raundi hii tumesema yule mtu ataguza Salasia kwa sababu ya hiyo mashini. Tutamkula nyuma.
Wakenya. Guys, those are Kenyans. I didn't want to bring the entire conversation, but just pick on the part of the Hustler Fund. That is what I wanted you to pick on. How they are really trying to bring that debate of taking 500 and limit. Yes.
Yeah, here's what I wanted to say before I forget. The whole idea is good. You see there is identification of the problem. We identified that there is a medium and small and medium enterprises, and we needed to build on that and make sure that we empower and make resources available for the businessmen to be able to trade and have a good exchange and flow of money, so that we can have the trickle-down effect. This is important. The thing is, the government has not succeeded. On a scale of 1 to 10, they are probably about 4%, which is not very good and what is expected of Kenyans. But again, as Kenyans too, we have a responsibility of being honest. We don't have to fight. We must engage in a dialogue. You see now, if you look at the dialogue between Nuru Okanga is arguing from a biased position. Salasia alimjengea nyumba, Nuru hakuwa na nyumba. Which means he's already compromised in his argument, might not be very sincere. And some of these people do things that benefit. Kila mtu anajipigania. Nuru Okanga anaamuka kila siku, aendi mahali, anaenda anapiga kelele pale, because his aim is building his political ambition, and that is the same culture that we have. Ukiangalia Babu Owino, ukiangalia kina wote hao watu wako siasa, in one way or the other waliamka wakapiga kelele, and that is why they are where they are. Kila Mkenya anajua kama unataka kukua mahali lazima uingie siasa. Si lazima tuingie sisi zote siasa, tunaweza ingia biashara na tufanye. But in terms of Mumias, this is not the making or the failing of Mumias Sugar Company is not the making of Ruto. We know that there was an issue of Kidero when Kidero was there. Ruto was not the president when Kidero was, I think, in leadership. I think it's Mumias, if I've not forgotten. Or it's either Sonia or Mumias. I don't remember very well. These people are the very same people, again, we transfer as the CEOs and then give them the position of authority to protect their inadequacies when they were CEOs. So if all these people are held accountable when they were holding certain government positions, then we will start having sanity in the government. And to talk about Hustler Fund, are Kenyans sincere? If you borrow, now haurudishi. in the name of serikali haijanifanyia kitu. Wacha nikwambie, the government owes you nothing at a personal level. The government only owes you good infrastructure, good social amenities, health facilities, security. Those are some of the things that the government, or education, those are some of the things that the government owes you. Lakini wewe pia you have a responsibility to be honest. Ukikopa rudisha, ukikopa mwingine akope achukue, you're vandalized the facility, the credit facility. The government cannot sustain it. Now, there is this sense of entitlement, and I want to tell you, when a lot of Kenyans have come to Canada, and I've seen them. For example, the government gives what is called social assistance. Now unasikia hii social assistance inatokanga kwa taxpayers. Ukiwa mgeni unaingia, government inasema we ni mgeni, hauna source of income, wacha tukupatie what is called social assistance. Wakiingia wakipata, which is about almost $700 ya bure tu every month, unapata, hakuna kitu unafanya, na pia inakusaidia to get training, certification, inakusaidia kufanya academic credential evaluations and so on. Bado utapata Mkenya akicomplain akisema hii serikali inatupea $700 na bado haijui kwamba tuko na bibi na watoto. Umefanyia nini hiyo serikali inakupatia $700? Hata mafia hata wewe umekaa miezi 2, miezi 3, haujafanya kazi ulipe taxes, lakini serikali imeextend, it has been courteous to give you a little bit of payment to sustain you. Wewe mbona una complain? We should get away from the habit of complaining and being appreciative of what people have done to you. And by so doing, you can understand the importance and treasure that thing. And that is why we should say, we should appreciate the fact that the government has put the Hustler Fund there and utilize it. Make a lemonade from a lemon. That is, so the Hustler Fund is good. It might not meet our needs, might not meet our expectations, but at least it's there. I've borrowed Hustler Fund. I think I have like 1,000. There are times that nataka kutumia mtu na sina pesa. I go to Hustler Fund, I borrow, na nimesaidia mtu sometimes. So it is there. Use it when it's necessary. Kila mtu just imagine, una borrow Hustler Fund, unachukua laini unaitupa, unachukua another line, you register with someone's ID, a deceased ID, and then you get Hustler Fund, you take it, unaitupa. You are vandalizing the system. As Kenyans, we must also be honest about the system. I think that is what I wanted to respond.
Thank you.
Can I come in?
Yes, Captain, you can come in. Or
I think I'm coming in on the issue of Mise first. In the first place, I want to start in by saying that we are in, because of the tax. Nyabaya, not Nyabaya, Mise. Taxes in our country is not working for our people. You are talking of where you are, where taxes, when somebody has paid the taxes, the following day, the payer, when he walks in the street, you will see the county government working there, or the kanjo role, whatever. You understand what I mean? When we compare to our country, Kenya. You pay the taxes, the following day, you cannot see the sewage pumping out, and it is left there for 1 week or 1 month. It's only 1 hour, they'll clear the sewage and everything is okay. But we are paying taxes in Kenya, but the deliverance to our people is not there. I don't know if you are getting me, Mr. Mise. Again, on that issue, we were talking of, I heard you talking of Kikomi and all the industries in Kenya. When my governor was doing campaigns, my governor is Kotimoja, governor of Wasingishu County.
Oh, one quote.
That is where I told my governor that we have Rivertex in Eldoret that is producing clothes and all whatever, but it is it is in a place where it is dying, it is finishing anyway. I told the governor, do this. Take the leadership, create a county government textile industry to compete with the national government Rivertex or whoever is owning Rivertex. I don't know if it's a national government or whatever. So that we can have that competition whereby Rivertex is competing with the national government. When we have competition, the other side of the parastatal will have to work hard to make sure that the other side of the private or whichever or the county government company must not lead in front of them. And that is where we are now in Uasin Gishu. Let me now come to Kikomi. We talk about Kikomi, which is the same thing. Whereby, if myself I was the governor of Kisumu, Anyang' Nyong'o, I would have introduced a different textile industry in Kisumu, and I employed the people in Kisumu, and I leave Kikomi to be dying like that. When the president comes there, we tell president, you see what the national government is doing. It is there, it is sleeping there. This is not what the fruits of the county government has done. The same case to Kenya Breweries Limited in Kisumu. It is dying. The other day, the former president Uhuru Kenyatta has tried to come and refurbish the ship. I don't know, meli ya kwenda Uganda inapeleka wherever the thing, of which I can say also, hata Uhuru angeongezewa miaka 2 ama 3 ama 5, hiyo meli ya kwenda Uganda ingekuwa inafanya kazi sasa hivi vizuri sana. Whereby I have never seen my president going there to discuss the same issue about what's happening in Kisumu. You see? So Mise and Leo Nyabaya, we are on the right place discussing what is there for our people. And Mise, you are talking about our people on flower industry. Ukifika hapa penye sisi tuko, ile maua moja, kijiti moja ile inauzwa 250 pesa ya Kenya penye tuko. Hiyo ni mshahara ya mtu mmoja huko Kenya sasa hivi ndio tunaongea. Lakini wanauziwa punch moja pesa kidogo, alafu wana distribute na pesa mingi sana ya kwenda Kenya. What is exactly happening in our country that we cannot restructure ourselves in terms of counties according to devolution of that devolution, whatever the thing. We make like Naivasha, where they produce flowers. County government of Naivasha or Nakuru iran your taxes, wapate pesa yao. County government, national government wapate pesa yao. Our people wale wako chini walipe pesa mzuri, and we move on like that. It is honesty ile hatuna. Yani tunapenda sana wisi sana. Tunapenda wisi mingi sana. Si tunapita kwa street hapa unashikiliwa maua hivi. Ukiuliza bei, alafu ufanye conversion. Ni mshahara ya mtu mmoja pale Kenya. Hata unalia machozi ila haitoki. Nabaya, continue.
Thank you, guys, and the ones in the comment section. I really like the way you've kept the interaction. You're really making us move on. Annie is there, is saying it is true, Captain. What you've said is really true. I can see Goodyear is just sending some smiles over there. Mbona siku za Uhuru mambo worked even with COVID? That is a question that Annie is posing to the panelists there. Why is it that during Uhuru things were working? What is so wrong with Ruto that things are not working, yet they were working? Kiptum Simei Arab Kichurei. Kiptum Simei Arab Kichurei. Mise is truly patriotic. He has gotten what governance is all about. So Mise, you should think of challenging the presidency. Shall an opportunity come? But it's quite unfortunate you've said we all don't need to be politicians. Annie is also wondering how somebody can be able to expand their business with the 500 shillings, and that's why she's asking if you're really serious. Mrs. Wright, when someone wins the presidency seat, what matters then is how you use it to look after your fellow Kenyans, try and help the disadvantaged normal public. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how I can appreciate you for keeping it here, just watching and sending your comments and compliments on the comment section, and even the ones who've joined the panelists. We still have, like, I can see we have like 2 minutes to wind up our show. That will be a complete 3-hour non-stop. So before that, I want us to just look at this in the remaining 3 minutes. The hustlers have said that now we don't want to see you using the name hustler. You use the name to ride into power. And after you got yourself at the apex there, you've now forgotten us. So as hustlers, what they want is whenever William Ruto uses the name Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, then he should pay for that brand, just like they want to ban the use of that. Have a look at it.
Welcome back. A human rights organization has sued the Kenya Kwanza government for what they say is exploiting of the Boda Boda and Mama Mboga brand to get to power. The petitioners, led by Linda Jamii, President Professor Fred Ogola, now want compensation for this constituent of voters, claiming the government has failed to deliver its pledges to them. More on this and other stories in our county news roundup.
Fred Ogola says Kenya Kwanza's use of Mama Mboga and Boda Boda to aid their campaign has seen those in the business stigmatized in society and blamed for the current situation in the country and the rising cost of living.
Kwanza administration, their employees and everybody else should not use the term Boda Boda and Mama Mboga without permission until this case is heard and determined. And also there's a psychological trauma to the Boda Boda people and Mama Mboga people when everybody feels wao ndio wako kwa serikali lakini hawako.
Meanwhile, in Borabu sub-county, a rise in criminal activities ranging from kidnappings, mobile money theft and robbery has put residents here on edge. MP Patrick Osero urges Interior Cabinet Secretary Kindiki Kithure to address this situation promptly.
Lile jambo ambalo linatushangaza ni kwamba hizi visa zote ziko na uhusiano fulani. Kuna watu ambao wanajua pahali unaweka loan zako kwa mtandao, hata kama hujachukua loan wanajua. Tunaomba ya kwamba hawa ambao wanachunguza wachukue kazi yao vilivyo.
Ngirie kati atusaidie na hasa hawa watu wapatikane.
Number 5 unapatiwa, vile mulisikia hapa waziri Nakhumicha akisema, hiyo card sio yako peke yako, ni yako, mke wako na watoto. Na kama una mke, hata kama uko na mpango ya kando, uweke kwa card. Kama tunaelewana, tuko pamoja nyinyi wadosi, mmekuelewana? So
all right, I think you've gotten the idea. So this guy now tells William Ruto, umetuita wadosi. So the public out there, they think that the government belongs to us, Mama Mboga na Boda Boda. Yet, we are not getting anything from this government. So they want the term Boda Boda and Mama Mboga to be criminalized, so that whenever you use it, you have to pay for it.
You know, Leo,
yes.
There's a guy called Wajakoya.
Wajakoya, yes. Presidential candidate, not a guy.
Alikuja akatuambia tuuze makende ya nini ya fees, akatuambia tuuze bangi, akatuambia tuuze sijui nini. Let me tell you, there are people who are seeking relevance and taking advantage of Kenyans. The term Boda Boda, Mama Mboga, for you to sue William Ruto, you must have a patent right. You must have patent right for you to be able to sue. So for this person to go to court and come out is because he has seen an avenue where he will become popular. This is how the likes of Danstan Omari, Clive Ombeta, They saw opportunity and they took advantage of it and they became popular. You know, that is a waste of time for the court. The court, the court's time is considered to be precious time. You know, so when you bring a case that has no merit, just an argument, it's just a waste of. That's like you know, playing with Kenyans, just because Kenyans are desperate and they think you're providing a solution, and then they rally behind you. I think that's insincerity of the highest order. This guy must table the patent rights, and when was patented? Have they? If I go back and say Mama Mboga, Boda Boda. In fact, the person who is supposed to patent those names is William Ruto, because he's the one who used it more during the campaign period. So if this guy is smart, he should go and patent. He shouldn't have even spoken about it. Go patent, have patent rights of this name, and then you can say, every other time you use this word or this name, because I have the rights reserved for me, then I'm going to sue you. But just going to court, because anyone can go to court. You know, Leo, I can go to court and I say, Leo, I don't think I like Leo because every time he wakes up, anavanga viatu za miguu ya left all the time. They upset me. And then the court has to look and see if there is merit or there is no merit in your case or argument. So for me, this is hogwash. Let us focus on the matters development to our nation. Things like fighting corruption. I like the argument of the gentleman that left here, that perhaps if we can't fight corruption, can we legalize corruption, right? How can we legalize corruption? I think we need to go back and identify everyone who has stolen from the government, and we tell them that now we are going to give you immunity on condition that you invest within our country. The money that is kept in the offshore accounts should be brought to work in our country. So if we give them immunity and say, if you put a business and you're hiring 1,000 people for the next 3 years, okay, we will let you go free of corruption. And this is a window period from maybe this year to this year. I think that is how we should think. But for me, that's the way I'm looking at it. But hii maneno ingine ya kukimbia koti, hii mambo ingine ya Nuru Okanga kusema sijui ABCD, Nuru Okanga anajipigania. That is why the other day mmemwona amerudi akaenda shule kusoma, you know, which is a good thing. But whose agenda, whose interest does he have at heart? Is it for the common people or is it for him to be known? Mimi na wewe, I can tell you, mimi na wewe na captain. Yeah, mimi na wewe na captain. We can tell you we have zero agenda. We have zero agenda. We have the best interest of mwananchi, because haujatuona tukipigana, tunakuja hapa tunachangia na tunarudi tunafanya kazi zetu. Kwa hivyo Wakenya pia must be very sincere while they are championing for change in our country. We have to be sincere and patriotic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, it's good. I can see Melchizedek ni kama amerudi. Even though we are winding up, you've just come right on time. I know you are following from the background. You can be able to catch up with a few things. So I'll just give you this opportunity. Tumezungumza mengi kuanzia judiciary, tukazungumzia housing levy, na sasa hivi tunafunga tukisema kwa hustler wamechoka na wamesema hata hawataki kuitwa hustler, hawataki president and the administration watumie jina hustler, na wameenda kotini kupitia the Professor Ogola. Professor Ogola, Mise comes from my village. We share the same constituency and actually the same district, a place called Ukwala in Ugwenya constituency. And I think you know him. He is he was a lecturer at USIE University, where he claimed that he used to earn less, like 100,000. Like he used to do a lot of job, but he was earning some peanuts. So when he revealed this in a live TV show, that one is what led to his dismissal. He was dismissing for sharing how he's earning some peanuts in a prestigious private university. So of late, we've seen him tackling cases left, right. They're among the people who sued the president concerning this housing levy, together with one Fanya Mambo Kinuthia and this renowned lawyer Soinka Lempa. So wameenda koti, wamesema hii jina kuitwa bodaboda, anytime Ruto anaitamka hafai kuachiliwa bure, anafaa alipie because he really exploited the bodaboda. So karibu sana Melchizedek, hata kama tunaenda hivi, let me give you this opportunity to say a word.
Okay, habari zenu. Actually, I've been busy a bit. I'm just okay now. I'm in a small break. So I say, let me just wind up with you.
Good.
I have some few comments I wanted to say by that time, but I still have them in my mind. So I can share
them now.
Yeah, because from the word ago, we have been seeing how Ruto is doing things. And there are some people are against, some people are supporting. So on my side, I do say that everything has its own time. And when the judiciary also seeing that they are the people who make this guy to be where he is now. So when they have already seen that there is a problem somewhere, then we can say that Congole for them, because they are now seeing the sense of the people, that truly people did not want this thing to happen, but they forced it. So kama this thing is tunasemanga wanakwaramba, wacha warambe kidogo, lakini pia wao pia wasikie hiyo uchungu yenye watu wanasikia. According to me, let them now feel that pain that wananchi wanafeel wakati wenye walikuwa wanasema wacheni hii maneno tushikishe. Hata walicheka wakisema ya kwamba watu wazimio walienda na malori, watu wengine walikuwa wana celebrate, but they rule out that all the evidence that were brought was faked, none and avoid. So that part, let them deal with them. Then the issue of Ruto to stand and say this, maybe he understand. And according to me, I can say that if Ruto understand that some people that are doing this, he should come out and point them one by one. If this leo wewe ndio mtu mwenye analeta nini, weka kando, kesho tuna kutoa kazi. These are the things that he should come clearly out and say, so and so are the people doing. Let him not say that the judiciary. If he put it general, means that all people that are working in that sector are corrupt, are doing this. So he should come out straightly and say that me, this and this and this and who are this are the corrupt.
Yes.
That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing that I want to say, let him not make that is above the law.
Yeah.
We have the laws that are guiding Kenyans, and these are the laws that Kenyans are the people who make or the made. But if he's trying to now become smarter than the law that is, no one is above the law. Only God is above. But a human being like me, even me, I can stand in front of him and face him and tell him, you are not above the law. Even if kama nitashikwa nipelekwe jela, but I will tell him the truth. That's my last according to judiciary and everything. If I go to levy, house masla, whatever, house levy, I want to say that these are the business of the politicians, Kenya Kwanza, to say that this business is for the Kenya Kwanza, because the way they are forcing things, which means that they know the hidden agenda inside this affordable housing, if I'm not wrong, because you cannot see that people are suffering, you are still taxing them, and the same times you are saying that this will give youths job. At the same time, the youth that you are saying that you are giving job, you are taxing them. What are you trying to do? At the same time, you are demolishing some people's house. Can people see this is happening? Because if you want to help, you should support those who already built their house. Then you add them something on top of what they have so that we can see you are serious of what you are doing. But when you are demolishing some people's and you are taking some people's land, at the same time, you are giving them affordable home. So what are you doing? It's like unaenda kwa choo unakunya hapo alafu unakula hapo. So it's very painful. Two, the hustler nation that we had, I don't know which hustler nation are we living in Kenya. We only have the hustler nation that we have, Mama Mboga. These are the people that are bringing us down. Why am I saying this? One, they are not serious. If something is pinching you, my friend, kama mtu ameweka nini ndani, tuseme ya kwamba mtu ameweka stima juu yako, unaona moto ikiwaka hivi, then unaenda kando unasema hata nasikia uchungu lakini wacha tu niende nikae pale. That's what we are seeing. So this issue of Masla, Mama Mboga, whatever, these are the people that are encouraging Ruto to continue doing this. Because if we are very serious about what is happening, we could have boycotted some things. For example, I can give you a very good example that we can avoid. We are talking about the petrol and diesel. We could have said that now there is no anybody that is going to that petrol. Only 1 week, then you will see a change. But no one can do that because they know that there are some people that are eating on that. Then this issue of Jacaranda, I can say it is somehow useless because people are there to make their own money. People are there to show. Leo amesimama ama Melkia amesimama, amesema ameonekana kwa TV akiongea. These are the pride that our youth have. But the painful part of it that we don't see or we don't understand what will come next. So watu wengine wanaenda wakifuata, but they doesn't understand that there is something that is happening somewhere. So according to me, I can say that this issue of bunge la wananchi ambayo pale Jacaranda, there is a lot of joke. I've been following them. They are joking a lot. They are making drama a lot, and this thing will not help them. If they are serious and they want to change the things that are taking place in Kenya, they should be very serious and said one word is enough for a wise man. Then wale ambao bado wanaenda kusupport UDA, Kenya Kwisha, KK Alliance, they have something that, someone say 2 things, 3 things, but I want to say them. If you are among them, sorry. Mtu alisema hivi, mfuasi wa Raila hata ufanye nini huwezi kamtoa kwa hiyo akili. Mtu ambaye anafuata Dr. Uwor ni wale ambayo hata umwambie leo utakufa ataendelea kumfuata. Na wale wasichana ambao wanataka kuenda wapi? Saudi Arabia. Hata uambie huko watu wanauliwa, bado watazidi kukaa tu hapo, mimi nitaenda kutengeneza pesa. So be very careful, be very wise, and think about the future and your family. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I wanted to say something.
Mise, say something.
Melchizedek, I just wanted to agree. I appreciate your observation. They are very important. I like the fact that you have been non-partisan in your argument. Just one thing that I wanted to note, that the issue of demolition of houses. You will agree with me that this is something that we need to have a legislation on how demolition is done, because it is an illegality cannot be justified by poverty to be a legality. So what I think is that there was a lot of people who have occupied the government land, and whenever the government wants to repossess the land, they will find that there is development that has been done there. Perhaps the conversation that should be around that is that either the government should repossess the buildings or the houses the way they are, then they check the houses, renovate them to a standard, and then they can allocate now people, and the houses remain to be the properties of the government, as opposed to just demolishing the houses. I just want to note that. And then also, now that I want to just say one thing that I forgot about the guy who was talking, with Orengo, senior counsel Otiende Omolo. I think his statements are hypocritical. That's a hypocrisy. When you see James Orengo has been in the meetings of William Samoei Ruto and has applauded William Ruto and called him 15 times, Your Excellency, when William Ruto is taking development to Siaya. He has not been able to criticize him at the time when he's taking development. But when you hear the sentiments that Otieno Molo saying that Kenyans will end up going to demonstrations themselves, that is how it should be. It should be by us, because power is vested in the people, not in one opposition leader. And to crown it, he says that if they can only do what their leader, political party leader, tells them, where is the integrity in profession, in the legal profession, that accords Otieno Amolo to be senior counsel? So that is the hypocrisy. And in terms of insecurity, security begins with you or us as Kenyans. If you see something suspicious, report it. If you see someone vandalizing something, stop him. If you see someone doing something that is suspicious, report it. In fact, Kenya has a very good system of nyumba kumi. It trickles down that you can even know ule ni msichana ama ni mtoto wa fulani. So as before we blame the government for insecurity, we should first address ourselves to that. And I think that is what I wanted to insist, that the impunity, there is no absolute doubt that there is impunity, especially lawyers in Kenya. They are demigods, demigods, they are untouchable. If you report the lawyer or an advocate to the advocates tribunal, there's nothing happens. So before the judiciary complains that the president is attacking them, you know what? They need to clean their houses. And it is the responsibility of the president, is the mouthpiece of the nation, to say and point out where corruption is. But equally, he must also have clean hands to also be in a position to point out. I think that's my reaction to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As you're winding it up, Jeff Mburu, do you have some closing remarks? Then we just wrap it up.
Yes, Mr. Leo Nyambaya. Yes. Can you hear me clearly?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. I have heard you say that we are rounding up. I should give the final remarks. Yet I have not even made any submission.
You can combine. It's okay.
So anyway, I don't have much to say, but I just want to touch on the subject of William Ruto becoming tough to the judiciary and the remarks he made about the corruption of the judiciary. And I saw a lot of reaction from the public, even from the RSK and many other institutions, including the judiciary itself. But as much as it is not good sometimes to castigate institutions in public, especially bearing in mind that this is the president of the Republic of Kenya, who is the symbol of everything that happens in the nation. We should also be in a position to speak the truth that in Kenya, if you have a dispute, it is better you take it to the village elders. Otherwise, if you make a mistake of going to the judiciary or to the courts in Kenya, one, they will drain you financially, and the possibility of getting justice is very minimal, or you can keep on having the same case for many years. You can imagine what that does to the economy and to the poor people. I am one of those people who have had a very bad history with the courts of Kenya, whereby we had a case which took over 30 years, one case, and it was the same case was subdivided into several cases. The same case, the same lad we were discussing, we had a case at Milimani, we had a case at Nakuru, we had a case, I don't know, in the low courts, we had a case in the high court. A lot of shenanigans that happens around judiciary. And sometimes we would even get the information that a judge has been compromised. Then we request through the legal process that judge recuse himself from the case, and the judge would decline and go ahead and make a determination. So you can imagine that's the kind of justice system that we have, whereby if you don't have money to bribe the judges and bribe lawyers, sometimes our lawyers would be bought and we would get information. Do you know your lawyer was with the lawyer of the other side having a discussion? And so many things. You even ask the lawyer now, because I don't want you to represent me. Then they say that there is no way you can withdraw me from your case unless I have, there is a process whereby you can't just wake up one day and tell the lawyer you are not going to represent me. The other lawyer will not accept until he receives, I don't know, a confirmation from the other lawyer that you are not, he is not representing you. So anyway, what I wanted to say is that there are so many avenues of corruption in Kenya, and people are not getting justice. If this is the president of the republic who is complaining of what corruption is doing to the government, how much more do you expect is happening to the commoners, to the common mwananchi? So when we say there should be judicial reforms, I agree 100%. But however, we have to say from the time of Moi until now, we have made strides. We have made good progress. The judiciary is not as corrupt as it used to be. We are improving every day. We have some hope. We have seen some cases being determined by through merit. So we still have good judges. The fact that we have few judges who are still remaining stuck in corruption, we should also say we still have very high hope with the judiciary. But those few judges who think they can be used politically, they should rise above board and decide that. And I'm not saying that they should not rule against the government. I am one of those people who say nobody should have absolute power, because we say absolute power corrupts absolutely. The president should be checked. The executive should be checked by parliament and by judiciary. However, we usually say you should not only be fair, but you should be seen to be fair. the judiciary is not fair to the government, because there is no way the judiciary can stop almost everything that the government is trying to do. That is not helping anyone. It is not helping the judiciary. It's not helping the Kenyans. What is doing, it is dragging the nation behind. There was this bill on the reforms that were supposed to be made of the NHIF. Those are good reforms to ensure there are no loopholes. But the judiciary is being used to stop even good things. So I wanted to say this, especially to the people of opposition, that our politics in Kenya are somehow misplaced, or people don't understand the systems of governance, because people think that being in opposition means fighting with the government, means sabotage, means that there is nothing good that the government will ever do, and you applaud it or you commend it and say this is good. That doesn't happen in other democracies. What happens is, or what should happen is, everybody should know that we are Kenyans. Though I did not get the position, or we did not win, and we have become the opposition, our work is not to fight with the government. Our work is not to sabotage the government programs and projects. Our work is to ensure that Kenyans get best of services. Does that happen? Do we see that goodwill from the opposition? What we see is everything the president tries to do, those in opposition will try as much as possible to portray it as a bad thing. And such kind of things only serve to drag the economy behind. So for me, I agree with the government. I see a lot of sabotage from the side of opposition. And the bad thing is, the people who are sabotaging, these are not small people. They are very strong people. So Kenya should not be happy. Kenya should not be proud that, oh, the government has been stopped from doing ABCD. Actually, they should be, they should know they are the ones to suffer when those things are happening. Raila Odinga will not suffer. Uhuru Kenyatta will not suffer. Those in opposition, those in government will not suffer. But when those projects are halted, when those projects are stopped, those projects that are meant to support the common mwananchi, it is the common mwananchi who is suffering. William Ruto, after constructing the houses, how many houses can he occupy? He will not even occupy one. All those houses will belong to the people. So, and constitutionally, I want people to know, the government is mandated to ensure there is affordable housing for the people. And that is exactly what the government is doing. And that is such a paramount project to the nation of Kenya, which should be supported by everybody. So anybody saying that the government is not doing whatever the government is doing is bad, for me, I sympathize with the nation, not with the government. Because what does William Ruto lose at the end of the day? Nothing. Nothing. It is the nation which is going to lose when we keep on dragging the project and sabotaging the work that the government is trying to do. That is what I have to say for now. Thank you, Mr. Leo, Mise, and my good friend there.
Thank you, Mr. Mburu, for creating time to join Afrique 24. And to our viewers, this is what we do every night. We just have a live talk show where we connect you with Kenyans from different parts of this globe, and we connect the stories. We give you an opportunity to discuss and share your views freely without intimidation or without being maybe discriminated based on the political, economic, or religious affiliation. I have to say that it has been a wonderful one. 3.5 hours, people just discussing. I know I'll give you a chance to give your closing remarks, Bwana Melchizedek. I also want to remind you that we do have a morning newspaper review. And because this is 2024, the break is over.
Yes, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Always. They say you can.
The break that we were having is over, and the program is resuming tomorrow. So don't forget to join us tomorrow very early in the morning so that we can be able to update you on what is on the daily, the local daily. So I will also not forget to appreciate everyone who joined this show. Let me just give shout out to. Let me start with my panelist here. I have to give shout out to Melchizedek for making it here. Mise, after a long time, finally 2024 is here with him. We have to appreciate Pen Nyagaka who joined us. We had Julia Kanyoro. We had Captain Mwenyewe. He never misses here. Dunia Ina Mambo TV also managed to join. Much thanks. There was ATM all the way from the United States of America. We had Brother Ben, Jeff Buru, Kenya Revolutionary kama kawaida, and SG Kamau. We really appreciate you for being part of the conversation. Without forgetting the comment section, it was really interactive, and I really enjoyed every moment. Kiptum Simei Arap Kichurei, he was there. He made some comments. Goody leading from the front there. Ashley was there. Mato Makandaits, we have to appreciate you. Kevin Mutanda, Richard Silvershine, I saw Annie, I saw Gigi, sijui Gigi ni Golgol, Geoffrey Ruto, Pen Nyagaka, Francis Lebo, there was Tugege TV. Yes, Tugege TV was also there. I can't forget that. Margaret Mori, Derek, Kevin, Sarah Nyamu, Zaki Ali. Much thanks from us for having made this conversation successful. So let me give it to Melchizedek to give a closing remarks. Then I'll also get closing remarks from Pen Nyagaka. Of course, I've also seen brother Mzalendo. Sijui amepotelea wapi. Maybe Mzalendo, if you want to say a word, I'll give you a minute. But right now, let me give it back to Melchizedek.
Okay. I wanted to ask a question, but now it's time. So,
no, it's okay. Just ask the question. Don't go with the question.
Mr. Mburu, you spoke well, and I really appreciate, because these are the people we need, so that we can go on with life, or we can jump to another step, which we are waiting for. Maybe then the generation which is coming. But my question is, you said that this issue of affordable house. Okay, we agree it's affordable house, and Ruto will not lose. Where? My question is, where will this money go after Ruto already built the house, and after building is affordable? Where will this? Because I heard saying that after maybe 15 to 15, I think, or 15 years, the house will be yours, according to my view or understanding. So, is there any document, once you get to this house, you will feel, or you have it, so that the house will be your own, or the government will just give you it like that? Because I don't understand it well. That's the question I wanted to ask you.
Mr. Mburu, are you in a position? Actually, you're not the first person asking that question. That question that was asked today. And you'll find that the panelists who are here before, including Mise, they did agree that the housing project is really a good program. These are programs that have always been there since independence. And it's not the first time that Kenyans are hearing of this, or Kenyans are experiencing. If you've been to Nairobi, you'll find that most of the people who own houses there, they were acquired through a mortgage. And basically, the people who are acquiring through these things through mortgage, they were people who are employed. And by then, the people who are employed by the government had an advantage over the ones who are in private sector. So if you go to estates like Komarok, you'll find that people are having housing units over there. We had those people who are working with the NHIF, those people who are working with the railways. So they were managed to get some units. And even during Uhuru Ruto government, there was the Big Four agenda, and they did some houses. The ones that were done in Pangani, we had some houses that were done in Donholm. We had some houses done in Komarok Phase 5, and there are some houses that were done. We don't know if it is Juja. I'll be able to confirm. So these houses, there was a partnership. Actually, the only difference is that this time round, it is the Kenyans or the workers themselves who are going to contribute directly, and the money they contribute is the one that is going to be used in building these houses. But previously, it is usually the private sectors or the private partners who build the houses with the government giving them some assistance. Then the government is now like a guarantee, like what they did with the HFC in Komarok. So you'll pay once you've paid 15%. If the houses are ready, then you move in. So you keep on paying while you stay in the house. And maybe it depends with the type of mortgage you took. Theirs were going at 1.5 million. So once you paid 15% of 1.5 million, you can occupy this house and keep on paying until you finish paying that 1.5 million. Then the house becomes yours. So it is the same thing that is being done with this housing fund, whereby the people who are employed, they're the ones who are going to take this mortgage. For example, let's say they are deducting that percentage to you is equivalent to like 2,000. You'll pay the 2,000. Your employer will also pay the 2,000. So that is 4,000 per month. So if the house, the one that you picked, maybe it is a smaller unit, is going to cost like 1.5 million. So there's a percentage that you'll have to reach, so that if the house is fully done, you move in and keep on doing what? Paying for it until you finish. Maybe they talk of the 15 years, because approximately if you're paying 4,000 per month and you want to pay something like 2 million, you know, it will take you specifically that time. So the question that maybe we need to be asking is this, and these are the things that most people are faulting, is when the president is advertising this thing, he doesn't tell people that the truth is only those people whose money is being deducted are the ones who are going to get the houses. So the very hustlers who don't have pay slips, whose money is not being deducted, will not be able to have the houses. So just to answer you in your question, the receipt or the proof that the house belongs to you, the thing that you'll use to claim this house is your pay slip that have been deducted this kind of money. So that is why it won't be chaotic to know who is getting the house and who is not going to get the house. So the chaotic part of it will be that there are hustlers outside there without pay slips. They've not contributed even a single penny, but they are believing somewhere in their mind that they are going to get the houses. I think this is what has not been said. And the day it will be made clear that those people who are not contributing, and they are the very people who don't have houses, are not going to get houses, I think that is when the trajectory is going to change. Though it is a story for another day, we'll have a full show and try to bring experts in the real estate management so that they can be able to give clarification on that. So I give it to Mise. If he had something maybe he can put across, then we'll get from Pen Nyagaka, then Mburu will give us a closing remark, just a word.
Okay, well understood. And I don't have much to say now because we have already talked.
Thank you.
And,
Mise.
yes.
Thank you. I would, according to our customs and tradition, you let your senior speak first before you let the young to speak. So I will let Penny speak before I complete myself.
All right, Pen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mise. And really that's what I was going to address. Ni kuambia kwamba to usira mona iga wana wega tu anyori asa giga to kwa na kende hiyo so takatali alimoino. Yaziwa waja ni kuambia kwamba Rio, this is a very good show. We really like it. And all the contributions that we are making, even if some of us speak opposite of what does Bio want us to speak, vile the other places want, lakini hapa tunakuja na habari zetu, tunazungumza ile tunasema. Mburu, thank you very much for your contributions. Asa the Happy New Year, the Christmas Day, ile tuliwatch sana, ilikuwa mzuri sana. Kwa yangu ni kusema kwamba mise come back, don't get lost like that in Canada. Thank you very much, Leo.
Thank you so much, Pen. And if you can have a look at the private chat over there, you can get in touch with Mise. Maybe you can share with him your email address or your house number or your plot number or your title deed there. Then you people will get in touch. It's really nice. I know you come from the same village, but you've gone villages apart. So, Mr. Mburu, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, at least I have a word for Mr. Melchizedek. Yes, my brother. Yeah, and Mr. Nyagaka, thank you so much for your compliment for the work we did during Christmas. Now, Mr. Melchizedek, I just want to I may not be in a position to answer your question satisfactorily, but I can say something about it. I want Kenyans to know that the houses that will be constructed by the government will be more than what the taxes that are being deducted can afford. I want people to bear in mind that we have private people, private sector, who have teamed up with the government because they have seen the idea is a brilliant idea. And they're also giving out their money to build the houses. We have foreign governments. The moment the president announced that about the affordable housing, the first round he received around 9 billion. So a lot of money is coming even from outside, from foreign governments to support the project. So the houses that will be constructed will be more than what Kenyans will have contributed. And those who understand the mortgage process, especially those who are in foreign countries, you pay mortgage when you are inside the house. So there are people, even minors, are contributing taxes who will be given houses and they start paying when they are already in the house. And when they finish paying the mortgage or the money that they're supposed to pay, the house becomes theirs. You ask whether there will be a document. Yes, there will be no possession of the house without proper documentation. That is a normal process. And all the terms and conditions will be stipulated in the document. So it is also the work of the government. It's good because you raised that question. The government to know that people don't have information about the process. Kenyans agree it's a brilliant idea. It is a good thing to have houses in Kenya. But are they explaining to Kenyans the process that the whole process will undertake until acquisition, until now somebody can say, now this is my house? I think there is a lot that needs to be explained. I agree with you. And we may not even have proper information. We are just doing guesswork. So it's the work of the government to tell us what processes have they put in place so that we don't keep on speculating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, I know, I'm trying to look for some Swahili words to wrap up this. Wanasema kilicho na mwanzo hakikosi kuwa na mwisho. And in my language, if I translate something, they normally say that thing that is sweet, you don't need to finish its sweetness. You need to end it when it's still sweet so that the next day you'll be able to get it. So that is what I can tell you by now. And I want to really wish you some happy moments, a happy 2024 for the ones who are going to sleep, specifically the ones in the eastern part of Africa. I want to wish you good night. The ones waking up, good morning. and have a blessed day ahead. Let us meet tomorrow. We'll be live in the morning. Catch up with Jex, the moderator, in our newspaper review. And of course, tomorrow being Friday, we are having a lot of show lined up for you. Some parts in the midday, we are also going to be giving you some designed programs that will be tailored so that they can be able to meet your expectations. Much thanks to everyone who joined today, and be blessed. From the desk of Afrique 24 Hour, I just have to say thank you, and thank you for watching today's show. Goodbye and see you tomorrow.
Have been tormenting us. I don't know what to get out of it. I open your paper, the other one. Kibaki. First of all, when will you learn ever to call him president? Hundreds and thousands of Kenyans who cannot come here and defend themselves or tell you how they feel. Ask now or never.
You know, and I know, and everybody else knows.
If I kissed my wife in public, I will lose all the elections in Uganda. Because Africans don't show what is private, they don't show it in public.
Nilimwambia mimi hadithi moja iliyosema kana msichana na mvulana anamwambia msichana, I love you, I can even jump over the fire. Naambia I can jump over the cliff. Yale kato. Na akaandika chini akasema, I'll see you on Saturday if it does not rain. Sasa mnajua mapenzi gani hiyo? Kama hawezi kuja tu kwa mvua.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele. Kwa elimu
Hello, viewers of Afric TV. This is Jeremani, author of the Trouble with Kenya, Mackenzian Blueprint. I take this special moment to wish you a happy new year and a prosperous 2024. Stay tuned.
Hello viewers, this is your host Leo Nyabaya, and as the year comes to an end, I want to thank you so much for viewing our contents and subscribing to our channel. I would also want to wish you a happy and prosperous 2024. So keep subscribing to our channel, that is Afric 24 and Leo TV, for much is coming for you in 2024. See you then, and thank you so much.
There can only be one champion, and it is Kenya!
Moja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu. Chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa mateso kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya mzalendo.
There can only be one champion, and it is Kenya.
Moja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu. Chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa mateso
I got some gold machine.
PPMC Production.
Mondo agekanyiwe tagwake monde
Ndokya kundera soronyo kanyodere moramba wakyamba sokore mane tinge wekyambero Kenya kega era ndogasa bingone diragia mohamwa mogenyo yonya bakwama utangana kega kwembe waro dana kega nyamonyoro naroke vine wanyage kwendwa wamukane samoramba wakyamba sombondori anjogu
nerirwe ne mwato wa mukenya kambiga thome yo kambiga kirambe boe mbondori anjogu ewarore kururuma ngorio karuruma masimba
Nenge no kerwa kanane kadembe kaderi kongoro
wako
ati kwerorari
Moramba wakamberwe nyambo
ayayo enyamato yokegera matambo gura rekete migo wambure kiuka
kanjokere gosokia mugambo
ayayo enyanyakwa kaibate izato kweni nebekimana okegeseke
Runo mungoya jongwaya wanderi Kukedienge na koria weseke Nadone se mosi oria gukagurwa Kurio kariba gwana ivoko idembe
Merembe iya irarutirwe Nemone morambo kyambazo Wamukera tutasere yawane kiweka Natomenye aneki
Merembe
Merembe Ayaya Moloni kubebeya Udemo kenenga Wamuramba kyambazo wadi murakebuti Kutena ya mbongana ya njogu Kanya ya muramba rarara Wasiangera nduma ya tukoke Molene wara ukandire
Kutwena yombo mbondo ya njogu Ngonyore murambora rora Gwasiangera nduma yotukoke Mode ne wora ukandire
Kutwena yombo mbondo ya njogu Ngonyore murambora rora Wasiangera nduma ya tukoke Molene wara ukandire
Nduma yotuko manja memore Yoria memore tone mibogo Mwari mwarada nyinya yandogo Nakoria ona kiamba kore kia vyoria memore
Maya tuko manja memore Yoria memore tone mibogo
Sangya
ae kiambazo
Sangya
ae kiambazo
Iye no muri ore goro abakiriani mugenye barirye we Iye no gibwana benya togakinya tokathambia kavyo we Aneketo muramba wa kiamba sana yoma na wore Mura Ore Ode Aneketo Natwathambia kavyo teuga kere Seka